everybody! So excited to see all of you. For those of you who aren't following me yet on all my other social media, here's our link tree. Linktree/shenanigans. Alright, we're gonna get this party started in a second. We're just gonna wait for people to roll on in, and I'm gonna check it on my social media. I'm also really excited to show you my other expressions that I added in on this new model today. Isn't that so much fun? Oh, also. You're amazing. Hang on tight, alright? Feel free to chat in the chat. Alright, fam bam. Here we are. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a streamer on Facebook Gaming. You can follow me at fb.gg/shenanigans of Angie. I also happen to take commissions on Ko-fi. My commissions are open. Today I'm making a request from Facebook Gaming actually. We have this really cool thing called the leaderboard. I keep track of engagement. So anytime anyone stops in on, say, an art stream and says hello, well, I can give them badges and we all work as a team. I reward the top individuals as well as the top team. You can, again, check out the link tree in the pinned comment to see where else you can find me. And above me, above my head, are some examples of some of my previous work. These are colored or painted on Polaroids. Today we're actually doing a circle. So I usually give them two options. I say you can do watercolor or you can do Copic marker. They tend to have their preferences. Today's preference is Copic, which is why I'm showing you some Copic work over here above me. If we have some extra time, I'll also be doing some fun things with like a Piplup onesie and stuff. So I thought I'd show you some Piplup work since we're on like the Pokemon train here, like Pokemon / Smash Brothers, you know what I mean? Alright, we're gonna hang out here for just a second while I do a few more stream tags, and then we'll be on our merry way and we'll get this all started. I can't wait for you to see the reference. The reference we actually took a really long time. I actually re-downloaded Smash Brothers and proceeded to actually get my butt whooped by the person who requested this. I do main Luchachu, so it is a little sad to see the little guy all beat up. But, you know, things you do for the content and for the people you love, am I right? Am I right? Alright. And then, oh my gosh, we went back in and we did the reels. And we both went in on our videos that we saved up. And then we, what was it called? Oh yeah. So there's this really nifty Bobifty feature where you can go frame by frame. So we did that and we got like different angles. So if you didn't know you could do that, and you're an artist and you want to draw some like Smash Brothers content, you could go back into your videos and then like change the angles and like take off like the hit effects and stuff if you wanted to do like some really cool action poses, which is something that I decided to do today. Well, alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna do a couple more shares and then I'll be on my way. All right, let's get this party started. All right, here we are. We have the artwork a little bit more up close and a little bit more personal. We have on the left one of Chipito's friends, characters from Arceus. By the way, if you're enjoying Pokemon Scarlet or Violet, feel free to let me know in the chat. Be happy to chat. I don't have it myself, but if I did, I would have chosen Sprigatito and I would have gotten Scarlet. I've been enjoying watching my friends live stream the game though, so don't be afraid of spoiling things for me. I'm just going to vicariously live through everyone else's copies at this point, but I really do enjoy the open world aspect of the game. I haven't seen too much of people using it like an MMO and like playing together online, but I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on that whole process. All right. Ciao. Here we are. What? Oh, white sheet of paper. Wow. What a surprise. Am I right? Okay. So, first of all, we're going to do a circle. And I'm going to do a circle over here. This one is just a little ornament ball because 'tis the season. And I felt like the other circles that I was using previously have just been too tiny. But this is the reference we're going with. So I'll just scooch this a little bit. All right. Would you look at that? Hello. Hello, the Doc 8181. Welcome on in. Do you play Smash Brothers? Do you like art streams? What brings you here today? Also, if you're part of my community and you're looking for badges, let me know by commenting. You get 3 badges for yourself and for your team. How's the day treating you? Let's see. What a punch, my gosh. Poor Pikachu. It's Jonathan? Wait, there's a few Jonathans I know. My brother's Jonathan? Do you play Smash? Ah, the poor luchalibre. He's getting absolutely demolished. We're going to, yeah, this reference is a hoot. Yeah. Virgian, right? Heck. That's so neat. Welcome in. If you're interested in my other social media. Bear. Okay, I think I know your team. I think I've memorized your team. Hold on. YouTube always throws me for a loop. But it's so good to see you. Yeah, there's quite a few. Bear. You're still doing... I just want to make sure that the most accurate link for your content is on Facebook. Have you switched over to Twitch, or are you on Facebook still? If I do a shout out, I just want to make sure you're doing... I'm doing the thing that's helping you the mostest. You know, because Sharon is Karen. Let's see. What's the story behind your username? Would you like to share that? Oh, here it is. Badges. Bearer. Jonathan Bearer. Bearer. No, not bear. Bearer. Both? Oh, you're on both. Are you also Beef Boy on Twitch? Beef Boy Gaming? Yes. Oh my god, I wasn't following you. I am now. Holy moly guacamole. Fam Bam Marinos. Alright, if you're like me and not following Jonathan on the Poiple side, this is Beef Boy Gaming, Jonathan Bearer. Y'all probably know him from Facebook. So I'll also drop the Facebook link. There you go. You're changing it. There it is. There's both links that are active right about now. Yes, there we go. All right, all is good. This reference. I absolutely can't. I'm gonna tag you on Discord just so I can see what John. Wait, are you on Beef Boy? Why can't I find your team? What team member's not on Discord? Are you on here? Do you have a team, Jonathan? You're welcome. Because by being here, just like David stopped by to say hi, you actually get 3 badges. This one. Cool. And then David is up here. So David, both you and Jonathan get points. I am completely blanking on what animal team you're on. Did you choose one? Would you like me to tell you about them? Okay, so for this, I think Sam really wants to have like all of K-Rool in here, you know? And then like the cape is so majestic. So a reference is a reference. I kind of want the cape to be a little bit more action-y. So I'm going to curve it more than it is on the reference to kind of like have that like dynamic superhero look. Badges. And then the crown. I'm kind of like scooching things up a little bit. This reference was really hard to get. We literally like, I I had to like archive a whole bunch of my games on the Switch, re-download the game. I am on no team. Would you like, could I interest you in any animal teams? We have bunnies and cats and dogs and wolves, foxes and penguins too. We got ducks and butterflies, turtles and dolphins, sharks and peacocks and raccoons. I just made that up on the fly, but those are all the teams we have. Ah! All right. This is like his back. And then, yeah, we recorded like 3 or 4 different matches, and then we both individually like went in frame by frame. And it's so annoying if you like actually go 1 frame past because there's no way to like restart it. So then you just have to like wait for the video to stop or like cats. Okay. Do you happen to be in my Discord? It's okay if not. I just can't find you. So I'll have to make like a note elsewhere, if that makes sense. Because we have rules for that. It helps me keep track of things and it helps you get all the notifications for stuff. I feel like you are, but Discord's just being funky. Cats. Do you have a cat? Meow meows. Okay, so there's a few things here. I think I'm doing the same thing like I did with the Charizard initially, and I'm making it too... It's still too big of a scaling. Where is my eraser? Just talking about Pokemon. Where's my Erasermon? Is that a thing? Okay, this isn't my normal eraser, but I love this eraser a lot. Jump, jump! Go shark eraser! Go, go ikimono! Alright. It's a very good eraser. Can't get too caught up on details. You gotta get the basic composition and scaling right first. So unfortunately, this one is not a PNG tube, meaning that the background is not, it's not transparent. Like for my PNG tube, if I were to have something behind it, like for example, the crinkle paper background, it shows up flush to my character. So I can't like just drag it over and just get a general like, all right, this is the overall scale, and then like I can refine. It's much easier to do that. Let's see. I'm thinking if Pikachu's face is like this small, we can possibly fit the rest of Kingkrool in here, but I'm not quite sure. Hi, Dorky. Speaking of which, Dorky Awesome Guy. He's a guy that's super awesome. Not family friendly, but plenty friendly. Lots of innuendos. But lots of love. I do have a cat, black and white. His name is Taz. Oh, I love cats so much. So cute. Oof. Anyways, let's see. Let's get these shout outs. Yugi. My goodness. Look at this really sick reference we got. We're gonna put Kingkrool and Pikachu in space. Space. Sorry, I'm like really tired. The last season of Fall Guys really got me so exhausted. Dorky. That's what I'm looking up. I'm not looking up to shout out a cat. But, I mean, if we're gonna shout out a cat, Jonathan's got a cat. His name is Taz. It's black and white. Just learned about it in chat. There is the Twitch for Dorky. Go give him a follow. He's a really good friend and palski. You just came in time for me to erase what I've been working on because I was unhappy with it. Are we even surprised? All right, Dorky is in Team Duckies. Can you all hear the music okay? Music, by the way, is courtesy of Chilled Cow, aka Lofi Girl. We're using the Creative Commons playlist. V important. Very importante. 3 badges for Dorky, and then Yugi also came on in. Hi, Fran. Came in to represent the foxes by saying hero. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, listen. Listen. Yes, I caved and I did the tier skip at $20. I was so upset. We kept crashing and they wouldn't give us the XP for all the shows that we got like first and second place in. And we got all the way to the final and it would crash in the final. Or there was like a final where like Sam was in and then it picked up there was one extra person than there was, and it was Hexaterrestrial and he was the last one. And it kept thinking that he was up against someone, and eventually it like crashed, and then the winner thing came on the screen. It was awful. There was like 4 or 5 shows where that happened to us, where we just didn't get credit for the entirety of the show. That's like 2,000 or 3,000 XP per show that we missed out on. That's a few levels. I probably could have gotten it for cheaper. But it was super stinky. And then, you know what really irks my boat? Like, why can't they just like, you know, wait for the season to end and then hit us with the updates? So like, in the middle of the entire thing, it's like the last 2 hours and we're trying our best. I'm like up with, I'm all caffeinated and stuff, you know. You know what they did, Dorky? Do you know what they did? They hit us with the update in the middle of the final hours of the game, on top of all of the glitches and all the XP that we couldn't get. And I was like stresso bobesoed. Because Sam was like 1 game away from getting his black cat costume, and in the last hour hit him with like a 45-minute update? What is that? Why would you do that, Epic? That's messed up, man. So by the time he came in, he had just enough time to buy the 1 tier that he could have gotten if he played the 1 game. I know. It's awful. Why they would do that? I mean, I think I know. But is it good practices? No! Come on. That's wackadoo. It's like, even when the update was done, nothing changed. There wasn't like a new skins. There wasn't a new event yet. It wasn't like they came out like rolling with it right off the bat. So like, could have just waited for the timer to run out and then hit the update, because then no one cares. Ugh. Streamer things. It just makes no sense. But yes, I do in fact have the cat. I do in fact have the cat. Oh my. Well, I'm really glad that I put this over here, because I just, by going through all the different expressions, I almost gave Yugi like 5,387 badges. Yugi, you do not have 5,800 badges. Okay. You have 3 for today, like everybody else. All right. So right now I'm struggling with the K-Rool is a big boy. I just want to get like the general like gist of things, and for something like so expressive like this, we can have a lot of fun and like with line weight and have like make it look even more, you know, expressive. So we got a lot of like perspective here. We got the big like punch. I really like that you can change the angle of your fight at any time as it's going. It's going to make for a lot of really good perspective study practice, at least with like Mario characters. For like this, like they're very anthropomorphic, so it's not really going to help me in like my day-to-day stuff unless I start doing more furry art, which there's nothing wrong with that, but just to let you all know, I'd be open to it, but I would make furry art, but not furry art. There's the, oh, look at my cute persona, and then there's the 18 plus area, which I am not okay with, just for the record. Not that I'm not okay with it, just not okay with me drawing it and putting it on the internet, because most of my content is family friendly, and that definitely is not on the family or the friendly, if that makes sense. Okay, we're gonna get, I'm getting into the issue. I'm just hoping that like this is okay, because like I'm really getting into a lot of, oh my god. I wonder if I can find a circle that's slightly bigger than the circle I'm working on, and then just like make that. I feel like if I keep doing this, I'm gonna end up with like a pot or a pan eventually. This poor Pikachu's like arm is like coming out, and then it's like here is like its little fingers. Do you see that? So the thumb would be on the inside. So it's like, and then it's like reaching out like that. And then it's got the top of the hand here, and then it's like the rest of it's like chonk arm. Yeah. Dang. I'm gonna have to find a bigger circle than the circle of which I am using. There's just so many good details here, and I want to get like that space background. Where, oh where can I find a bigger circle? Circle local. I mean, I got like a cake display thing, but I think that's too big of a circle. Maybe a stray pot or something. Marcus, honey, there is a unused pot on the bottom. Can you hand me a few sizes? Or I will have to erase this and start all over again. For the upteenth time. I'm trying to find circles. There's pots on the bottom that are unused. Plant pot on the black shelves. This is a sketch. This is the sketch. Thank you. It is the exact same size as the ornament. I know, I wanted like maybe 1 or 2 sizes bigger. I'll need them bigger. Chat, you got any ideas for large, big circles that are kind of ornamenty size? So this is what I use. Marcus came home with this cute little thing, and we got this cute little like half a ornament thing right here. I don't want it too big. You know, I want it just right. Just a little bit bigger than that. Also, what did everyone eat? Are we all taking care of ourselves? Dorky, how's your back? Did you eat food? Are we hydrating? Have we stretched? Have we walked around? It does feel like endless suffering, David. It does. Bruh. Do we just keep... I don't want to chop up dessert plates. Do I have a dessert plate? Huh. Well. A bowl. A spinner from a board game. A spinner from a board game. I don't know if I have a spinner from a board game. A little bit bigger than this. Just a wee bit. Not let's see, I'm having trouble with scaling, so I don't want to erase my progress for the 5th time today. Back is better, but still some pain. Drank some water. Good. Love that you're hydrating. Stretched and worked out a bit. So when you're working out, does it help or does it like hurt you more? I don't think it's your form. Pancake. Pancakey. How about you, Angie? What kind of self-care things did you do today? Well, after staying up and getting to the point of trying to get this black meow meow from Fall Guys to the point where I was deliriously whine crying, I actually slept. Oh, was that a patch?
Yeah, it's not family friendly though.
Wait, what's on the patch? Marcus! What's on the patch? Oh, you can't. You can't. I'm like, why is he covering it like that? No, I'm gonna have to see what that was. Look. Is this toilet paper? What is happening? It's chaos. Oh, I'm doing the autism. I'm doing a gargoyle. What is toilet paper? We're gonna put the toilet paper away. Okay. We got a lotion. That's smaller. The lotion lid is smaller. What is happening? Marcus is on a search for round things and keeps putting it in the video. Okay. I'm gonna go look for a dessert plate. But while I'm in the kitchen, maybe I'll get myself some water and follow Dorky's lead. How about you, David? What self-care things are you doing today? Okay. So I don't have any dessert plates, but I do have the top of a ceramic mushroom. Murchie! Hello, Murchie. Would you like to see my top of my ceramic mushroom from World Market? It's a thing. Let's take out the reference for a second. It's a whole musha. It's beautiful, and I think it's just what we needed. We're gonna bump it up just a little bit. You know what? I have the top of a ceramic mushroom. It's a mug. It's very specific. I used it to put tea in it last. Don't mind the dirt. Yeah. You're just gonna scared. We like to think creatively. We're gonna do a circle. perfect. It gives a little bit more room for Pikachu's ears. That we could have this reference back. Cool. Who knew that I needed the top of my ceramic mushroom for that? Reggie, welcome on in. You all know each other, but you know, we're doing a thing. Well, actually, while we're here, we'll how about we share people's YouTubes while we're here on YouTube? Because I feel like YouTube is so hard to grow, right? The Musha Musha saves the day. Here is Murchie's channel, Charging the Road. Okay, and then let's do some backtracking here. Where is Dorky? YouTube channels are a whole different thing. We don't have Dorky's YouTube on the sheet. For shame. Okay. Let's do... I'm gonna look it up because I'm subscribed. Are you subscribed to Dorky Awesome Guy? So let's do that, and we're gonna do Dorky. Jonathan, are you still here, and do you have a YouTube that you're trying to grow and put your clips on and stuff? We gotta help out each other, you know? Gonna swap out my usual run to go to the gym at the Stairmaster. Oh, alright, David. Have fun dying. In the best way possible because you're exercising. Don't take that out of context. This is Dorky's. So far. Oh my! 69. Oh my. What? Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh. Anyways, let's try that again. Oh my. Okay. There we go. Musha Mush saves the day. We can go back in our scale that we were doing. See, this is a lot of empty space here. Literal empty space. Bless you. Don't die. Hey, Stephanie. Stephanie's from Team Doggies. Stephanie's right over here. Stephanie, are you going to join us for Mario Kart later today? Bless you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Am I all right? I'm okay. I'm all right. Need a medicine? No, I think literally just some dust came up in my nose holes. I'm okay, I promise. Yes. Okay. I'm so silly. Get it? There's a whole lot of space. So here for the texture and like the ruffles of the... I'm gonna also make it a little bit more curvado. So it's got this like dynamic roundness to it. It's like you come on in, it's like a wind-up punch. Hi, honey bunny. The mushroom saved the day. Oh. Mushroom. I love you. Huh? Are you gonna do the same thing as yesterday? What time are you off?
Usually 4.
Okay. I like going for rides with my Marcus. It just so happened that today's gig lines up around like 4-ish, which would be around the end of this stream because I started late. Ugh. I've been trying really hard to start on time and it's really hard. My new schedule should be fine for the most part. It's not really the schedule's fault. It was Fall Guys. Fall Guys has really like messed me up the past couple days because of the end of the season. I don't know what to do. Maybe Fall Guys last week there's no voting on any other game. We just do Fall Guys forever until we unlock things as a team. Forever Fall Guys, morning and evening. But I don't know how people would react to that. I don't think people would like that. Well, I mean, the Fall Guys people would like that. But then the Mario Karters, what would they think? Would we also do the Fall Guys on the Twitch? It was so many hours put in. I don't play enough Fall Guys to unlock all 200 levels. Is it usually 200 levels? Got me for a loop. I would have played more. Fall Guys until everyone goes crazy. I mean, Facebook wanted me to choose one. But if people had to choose between Fall Guys and Mario Kart actually won out. I don't know if I could do all that, no. Oh. If you're on the Discord, so I chose. I was like, we're doing Fall Guys for the variety follower stream, which we did on Monday. Because Thursday's Thanksgiving. If I am on Thanksgiving, it'll be a bonus. But supporter poll on Discord. You all have choices. Super Auto Pets, I added in officially. I practiced, got used to some of the new abilities and the reworking and balancing of the old ones. It's a lot of fun. If you like board games, card games, like Yu-Gi-Oh, MTG, but like, I mean, I would say like, but you don't like the power creep. The power creep gets pretty bad in Super Auto Pets towards the end game, but the abilities are much simpler than like Pendulum of Yu-Gi-Oh. Like at some point, like sometimes I wish I just miss like OG Yu-Gi-Oh where it's like just simple abilities. If it's a whole paragraph on a card, my brain just like starts to turn to mush. Anyways, so we have Fall Guys like usual, Tetris, Mario Kart 8, Pokemon Unite, Smash Brothers, and Super Auto Pets. But if there's anything else that you know that I have, or another free-to-play cross-play game that you'd like to add on there, all you have to do is type it in. So far, it's tied for Tetris and Fall Guys, and Smash. Sam didn't put in his vote yet, but he verbally told me he was going to vote for Smash Brothers. So, oh my god, I know there's Encanto skins for Fall Guys. I don't know. I don't want to keep putting in money in Fall. I picked that up because it was supposed to be free to play, right? And then skins happen and cosmetics, and it's just like the worst. Like, how am I supposed? Tell me how to say no to this. Well, you get extra bonus friendship points if you understood that reference. Name that musical. Tell me you were in theater or production or like are in that fandom without telling me you're in that fandom. Okay. So there's the crown, and then the hand is supposed to be here. That's how they get you. I know. And my whole entire life, I haven't put a single penny into it. You know what the gateway purchase to that was? It was the fox costume. It was the fox beanie costume. I'm like, that is so specific. How can I not? And then they gave me a little bit of show bucks. And then I was like, well, I mean, it's there. And then it like saved up enough for the pass. And then like they snuck the cat at the very end when everyone thought like, oh, it's just shards. I don't care. Right. And then there was the black kitty meow meow. And I saw it too late. I realized too late that the black neon droid was at the end at 200. And I didn't know any better. The gateway skin. My gateway skin was the fox because it was on brand. And now here I am. But am I gonna stop? Probably not. I don't want to put in more money. I think I'm gonna go back to my roots and just save up the show bucks painfully over like 3 or 4 seasons. Because I just can't afford it right now. Like, I'm not at that point. If I'm at that point where I'm just like throwing money at the stream left and right, like, yeah, I'll do it, you know? But I gotta be smart about my decisions. Priorities come first. BT dubs if you would like to help in the Angie Needs to Survive for this month and next month. We got absolutely scammed, by the way. We got scammed by a print company. Marcus needed something printed. They advertised a service, guaranteed, and they did not do it. So he was like, there's nothing you can do to get it, like, as advertised, what you're gonna, like, you can't get this thing printed by X date. That's great. I'm gonna go elsewhere. However, like, refund my money then if I'm not getting the print service. And they're like, well, there's no way that we can actually do this. And also, we're not giving you back your money. And then they charged our card the $100+ without giving us the product. So now we are that much down and people stink. And we did dispute it with the bank and PayPal, but that's a whole entire thing. And now we have a claim and that's stinky. Anyways, things are stinky. People are stinky. I don't know why they would have that then. Like, and this is like, we gave them a second chance too, and I guess that's like on us, but like, we needed flyers done for something, and we were like, it was awful. That was when we got stranded. And I was like, remember, Dorky? I was like on your stream and I was like, I'm just stranded here, I guess. Buckstar. Oh, Starbucks sounds so good. And I'm just hungry. I'm just a hungry Angie. How many teeth rolls does he have? He has 3 on the top, 1 in the back. And then you see a little bit of the other side. Oh my gosh, that looks so vicious. This, like, one eye. I want to, like, stylize it. So I'm not, like, going for, like, a recreation, but I am referencing it to see, like, what exactly is going on here, perspective, all of that stuff. And they were like, this never happens. Please assure us you'll have a great time next time. And we're like, okay, I guess. Like, I'm like, I don't have a good feeling about this. And it's not like these are super last minute orders too. But then, you know, they keep pushing it back and they're like, okay, we need more time, yada yada. And then, yeah, like, if you're not gonna deliver on time, but also pull the money, I think that's, like, a little disingenuous. We didn't receive the product. They didn't even start it at that point. Like, what are you even charging for? Would have been simple enough just to do a refund and call it a day, but no. Okay, I want to get a little bit of the, like, cape down here. Oh, we got an offline donation from Manda for $50. So now the Ko-fi goal is at 77%. We're that much closer to the Uncrustable stream. We're very close. Okay, this one has the bracelet in the back. You can barely kind of see it because it's like the silver skin for K-Rool. I feel like the teeth angle's a little funky. Hold on. Because this is definitely like... So he's looking this way. It's because he's got a snout. The snout's really like up here. It's like a little bit more open, more exaggerated. It's like the less than, greater than in math. Like, oh, open mouth means bigger food. Right? Okay, so, and then he's got like a cheekity here. I'm just like looking at this basic anatomy here. And then we got the tongue. He's gonna look a little bit like a duck for a sec. And pull, ooh. I can pull this back down a bit so you can kind of see what I'm doing. So cheek, up, down. It's an isn't it? It was from one of our battles, Bong. Welcome on in. We got Bong. Badges for the sharks. This is actually me. That Luchachu is me being absolutely demolished by Sam in space. Oh, we recorded the video. So one, I had to download Smash again and then spend like a couple hours recording video onto the Switch and putting in the vault. And then we did the playbacks and did frame by frame until we found a few references that we liked. And then we dropped them in the... This is a lot of like... And then I have to draw the reference. And this is actually a pretty tricky reference, but I really like the challenge of the perspective of this. I know! It's a party in here! We got Bong, Murchy, Dorky. Bong! Bong, how was your friend's birthday party? Tell me about it! Did he have a good birthday? Or she? Or they? Where are you? Bong. There we go. Bong from Sharks. 3 points to Sharks. I feel like 3 points for Gryffindor, but it's like 3 points for the Sharks. Murchy! You guys are so funny. I love it. Get yourselves a friendship like the friendship that you all have here. Okay. So there's like, it's like a pizza slice triangle connected here is what I'm seeing. He's gonna look like a duck for a hot minute because I want to try and get, no, there's, see, I knew something's up. There's like, I'm able to see more of his upper inside. That's not how that words. What are words? The snout comes up here in reference to this eye. The cheek comes down here, rides up, then it comes down, and then the tongue is in here. Oh, she did! It was nice chilling and chatting with everyone. That's good. I can't wait to see Dorky. You're gonna take him to Galloping Ghost, the largest collection of old school arcade. That sounds literally perfect. Amazing. Actually, what I think is happening is I'm making his head bigger too. Or at least one of the things that's happening. So I need to like shave off a little bit of the top of his head here. And then bring up the brow here. Which will show more back. Which will show more of the cape. And will show more of this arm. Oh, that is so helpful. Which means that this crown is actually more here, like sitting at the top of this head. And this top lip is much skinnier. We gave him like eyeshadow on accident. And this is tongue. And it curls here. This doesn't actually come out as far on the bottom jaw than it shows on the picture. It's because the tongue, I think, is throwing me off. And then there's a little bit here and here. This tongue is going to help me guide the angle of this bottom jaw here. There's something up. The heck is going on? Okay, hold on. This is why we struggle with the sketch for a bit. The same thing with Charizard. His like this whole thing just looks like hyper separated. Pikachu's like here. It looks painful. We're gonna use a lot of line weight in like the impact zone here. I think like probably just for like good measure too, also adding like the filter of like the lines going across here to add more like oomph to it, you know what I mean? Brooklyn, Illinois. Haven't been around that area much, but Angie's right. It does sound like a lot of fun. Are you all really close? Are you gonna be able to meet up with Bong too? Not to like put that out. This reminds me of like a Superman pose, but he's a villain. I like that. I like this like this isn't true to the reference, but I like this motion here. So that's the thing about references, is it doesn't have to be exactly what you see, but it helps give you a reference, some idea of what should be happening, and then you can make some artistic changes to things. See that? The change that I made, I don't actually like that one as much because it makes it too, it softened it too much. So I'm gonna harden this line here. I think that extends a little too much. There we go. Assuming Bong is closer to Dorky, they have 40-ish away from where I'd be staying at. Oh. And then I think the important part here is that there is some separation from the body and the cape that I'm seeing here. And then this connects to this arm. This arm drops back here. And then I want there to be like a clear section for where the head is. I think this is where his head lies. But then now I think what's gonna help is thinking about the head not as a circle, but in a 3D space. Because there is a lot of like little perspective here. So if we think about K-Rool's skull, it's not gonna be like a person's skull. And I think that's what's throwing me off. There's his skull here is like a little bit flatter. And then like determining where we want his gaze. I think like it would be a little bit more this way. Because it's like looking at where he is, like thinking about the overall like punch. So it's like punching inwards, like that. So his attention is, and that makes sense because the attention's on the Pikachu. Right? Where is this K-Rool in the space of the composition? Like there's a lot of energy here. Bold lines here. Attention here. That matches up. This is the point of where normally the nose would be pointing this way if it was a person, but because he's snouty, he's a crocodile king. If Dorky and Murchie both drive towards Bong, Dorky at 55 miles an hour and Murchie at 65 hour, who gets the first slice of the pizza, assuming all soda machines are out of Pepsi? Let's go. Quick math. David! David! No pop quizzes. We're in art class right now, not math class. Goodness. Oh my god. Assuming all soda machines. Anywho's. So, if this is where the attention is, I'm gonna start from the eye, and that'll help give me, like, a point of what I'm doing. An idea, if you will. Psh. Well, art and math can be intertwined, especially in early childhood development. I feel like this is like an anime reference, like if they made Smash Brothers an anime. There we go. Like thinking, I have to think crocodile, crocodilian skull. I can't see the other eye. It's just eyebrow. That checks out. This is where the thumb would be. I could fudge it a little bit. I mean, like, no, yeah, the crown would really sit at the top of the head here. I just don't like tangents. But I think that this arm I can't really change. I could just put the crown like here. But I feel like that doesn't make sense because it's not really like the top of his skull, which would be here. It would be like the top of his eyebrows, which is a little funky. Some Naruto looking frames. Yo, yeah, right. It's so good. I'm really excited for this, to be honest. The last couple art streams have really like pushed my boundaries. Not that I don't like that. I actually really like that from an artist perspective, but I feel like this is something I would pour into a commission where I'm getting paid. So I mean, in this sense, like they're thank you gifts for engagement, right? But I think starting next month, I'm going to be really clear about like very simple background. Actually, I consider space a pretty simple background because all I have to do is do white and then like black speckles. But like anything that really like needs perspective work is like next level stuff. You know, it's not like, oh, here's just a character and then I color it in, you know. It needs to take about like really just 2 hours of my time, so I can do like 2 at a time instead of like 2 to 3 or like an entire 4-hour stream, because then it starts to get really backlogged. But it's important that I'm able to like do things that push me too, because then that makes me a better artist the more I practice things I don't get the opportunity to practice. That being said, if anyone wants to tip me, there is this QR code right here if you'd like to tip me for my art. I'd really appreciate it. No obligation though. Just gotta put it out there. It won't happen unless I ask, you know? The QR code's good for commissions. I do have open commissions, and the queue is actually empty. So I use the last couple to like update my stuff, clean up my merchandise. All the, you know, I should add my merch to my link tree if I didn't already. I don't think, did I? Oh, I think I wanted to wait until I was like done cleaning it up. I actually added a sticker sheet of myself. So the next things I want to add in, because there's a lot of Mr. Fox, Mr. Turtle, Mr. Shark, I wanted to add stuff for me. So I have this one where I'm like explaining as a sticker, and then I have this annoyed one as a sticker. I also have this expression with peopling is hard. Commissions is like art requests, yes. Commissions are, well, I mean, art requests, these could be commissions, but these are thank yous for the people like who got over 100 points like you did. So you're going to get an art request, but you don't have to pay for it. Commissions is basically like any art project that we agree on that I can help you with, that you'd be paying for my time. So in that sense, art requests are different, but you could theoretically just not wait for getting it incentive, like through the incentive of like engagement through the badges, and you could just be like, no, I'm just gonna pay you for your art instead. So this one was done through the leaderboard, so this one I'm doing for free, if that makes sense. But people, they have to get like over 100 badges, or they have to have a certain amount of badges, and the team has to like come together. So it's like either team effort or Angie, your art videos are definitely teaching me how to draw better. Oh, thanks. You're more than welcome to still tip. Yeah, so like what people do is they wait and they try to like rack up the points with engagement on the stream. That doesn't mean you can't like just tip me outside of that. I just don't want it to be considered like monetary value, because it's not a sweepstakes. And then there's like some legalities of like, well, if people are paying in for something, like it messes with the terms and conditions sort of stuff. And so that's why I'm like, these don't have monetary value. But if you like what you see or you appreciate this stream, you can use the QR code and tip me for stuff. But as far as this video is concerned, this is not a monetized video on YouTube. And I am not charging the person, Sam, for this. This is a thank you for them. But if you want to thank me for my content outside of this, any tips received is like not related, if that makes sense. It gets like really weird and funky. And for a while I considered just taking out the leaderboard as a whole, but I really like what we're doing and I need to speak to a lawyer, and gets like really convoluted when it comes to like money and like participation points and stuff like that. So I try to keep it simple and just take the money aspect out of it. But the commissions are separate. If you just want to commission me and have me draw something for you, then you could do that. Or if you just appreciate me and just want to tip me because you're tipping me for just in general the work that I do, then that's something separate So Murchie, for what you're saying, I wouldn't officially say you're paying me for the one that you earned, because the one you earned is free. You could just tip me as a gift aside from that. Does that make sense? Legality wise, I'm like, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I also know enough where I'm like, I know that can get like really hairy. I'm cursed with too much context of things. This snout, I think this is, no, it's still not right. Oh my god. This head. See, yeah. So just take as a freebie and then tip me on a different gaming stream. If that makes sense. But also if you're a monthly subscriber, like David is mentioning, you also get 30% off of commissions and stuff. Oh my god, the Sunday streams have been popping. We do sometimes do gaming on them. They are supposed to be mostly art, and they are, don't get me wrong, but there are just some games that we could do at the same time because I need to take art breaks. Otherwise, it can really damage my hands if I'm like drawing too many hours in a row without taking breaks. And sometimes I just like to see like because what was it, we had Fall Guys, so it was like end of season Fall Guys, so like the other Kofi peeps were like in a squad, and then I would like go in and then just murk myself because it was like a solo show, and then we could like watch them as they go, and then I'd be drawing on a different live stream like as we go. We did so this week we did fonts. So this bubble font that you see right here will change to the font of the Shenanigans logo. So you'll see more of my handwritten font on the... I've decided to take it out for a more solidified brand look that is also unique to Shenanigans specifically. You won't find that font anywhere. It's my own personal painted bubble font that matches my... sticker logo. Hours and hours of art. Yeah. Stephanie, what have you been drawing? We have a Discord section called Show Off Your Art if you'd like. I also help out with like people's PNG tubes or answered their questions like there as well. Like people like ask like how do you get the stuff on your this doesn't look great. I think it's because this needs to be bigger. It's like longer ends here and it goes long and then it like slants up and it like curls. Maybe I think it needs to be bigger because this also needs to be a little bit more slanted. Like comes in. This needs to be bigger too, I think. Round. This brow is straight. There is something getting skewed on the face, and I do think that this is more so correct, like what I had before. There's something here, because we're seeing the inside of this mouth, right? And we're seeing like a lot of it. Maybe I need to drop the jaw more. Bye, David. Thank you so much. This head. This head is so frustrating. Okay. So again, reiterating. And I think it's important too to show not just like when things are smooth going, because then people don't understand like the struggles of perspective and stuff like this. They just see the end product and they're like, oh wow. Or they see it sped up with the struggle portions like hidden, you know? And I'm like, okay, well that's not helpful. I think I need to do it backwards. I'm used to working from the top, but I need to like solidify this mouth situation. Let's start with the tongue. That's really weird, but like if I can get the tongue in place, I can get the roof of the mouth in place as well. And the tongue's like coming out towards with a little curl here. And it's like for collabs and stuff, I make the PNG tubes myself. I don't want to like make people pay me for something that I'm using on my own stream if they're not PNG tubers themselves, but it only makes sense for it to like I need it to show up on my screen in terms of like how my content shows, you know, if that makes sense. But in those cases, I keep the artwork file for me. And then if they want it for themselves, then they could just purchase it. So it works in a way of like, oh, well, if they want to use it for their own streams or whatever, and they purchase it, then I give them the file. That way the file isn't like just hanging out for free and then just people use it when I'm not getting compensated for it. I know it's like there's like just some tricky stuff when it comes to the requests and collabs and things. But I know you had mentioned like wanting to pay for the PNG tube that I made of you, Mirchi, and I'm like, well, I mean, if you're gonna use it, like otherwise it's fine because you're not like using it on your stream. This looks so weird because he looks like a kingkrool. What is happening with your mouth? I think I need to blow up this mouth so I can kind of see it like. There we go. The tongue is actually bigger. Oh, okay. So crocodiles, I couldn't see it on here, but I had to like blow it up. Your new profile picture? Yeah, people use it for profile pics all the time. Just, okay, yeah, just request it for free and then just on a different day be like, oh no. Use some appreciation money. How did that get there? Totally non-related. If you really, really want to do that. Because then it's just like, well, then you tipped me as a creator on a different stream. When you're doing those kind of art, can you use pencil? What do you mean those kind of art? The requests or the PNG tubes? That's a really good question. Are you asking about how digital art works? So there are different ways to do it, but people use like tablets or Apple Pens. Right now, I use an Apple Pen on an iPad with Procreate. That's it's a tech that is basically like a pencil that picks up your pen pressure. Like here, I'm like sketching and I'm pressing harder in some areas, lighter on others. That would pick up digitally within the app itself. Or people use like Illustrator for like vector art and stuff, and they would use like a Wacom or Cintiq tablet. Those are different types of brands of tablets as well. So tablets would be like you have a flat surface, and then you have a pen that you draw onto the surface, and then that picks up as your mouse in your computer, and that also picks up pressure sensitivities. However, that's not to say that you can't just use like a pencil like this. So let's say I wanted to digitize this instead of keeping this traditional. You could sketch out anything like you would do normally traditionally, and then scan it or take a picture. And then what people would do is they would lower the opacity digitally, and then they would use those tools like pen tool or like a brush tool if you're doing more of a rasterized look, and then using those tools, like if I were to do it, I would take a picture of this, send it on Discord or an email, or scan it, and then make another layer on top, and then ink with liner. That's just how I would do it. And there's many different ways to create art. There's no right or wrong way, and different methodologies, but those would be the tools at your disposal, basically. Okay, so because I went in, I was like I also don't know how like reptile mouths and skulls work generally, so I was kind of like at a loss. But if you look at this closer, there's this little flippity flappity here to help unhinge the jaw. And then the flip flappity goes down into the point on top of perspective. So like understanding the anatomy of the thing you're doing. I do like a lot of fur babies. Like people ask me to draw their cats or their dogs or like memorialize them. But that makes sense. I was like trying to connect it, but there's like a little flap of skin that helps the jaw unhinge, and kingkrool has that. But also that means that the inside's like closer to here. And then the tongue is coming more at this distance this way. This is a very tricky angle for the skull. But yeah, Murchie, you didn't, if you just wanted to pay me a commission to work on like a piece of art for you, you didn't have to wait. So I guess the difference between these that are for free is that they have to earn them because they don't want to pay, or they get it through like, or people are just like, oh, hey, I get a free gift from Angie. Anytime my commissions are open, you can just order it and be like, I would like a new profile picture. Here is money. And I'll be like, sick. And then the commissions are prioritized higher than the art queue for the leaderboard. So there's a separate list. And right now there's nothing there because I don't have any commissions to work on. I put like my own personal stuff, like, oh, I want to do a bongo hanbun for myself, and then I work on my stuff when I don't have any commissions. This is actually one of the first times I haven't had a commission to work on in like 2 years, which is a blessing, honestly. But so the traditional art requests, if you go to art requests on the Discord, for anyone that's confused about that, the whole like 15 list are things I'm doing for free without getting paid. But if anyone wants to pay me for like an art project, those go under commission/trade list. And right now it's empty. But if anyone were to commission me, I would add it on there, and that gets prioritized to the top of the list, either through the Ko-fi art. So if it's digital, then the supporters see it. If it's traditional, like Martha sometimes asks for like her stuff being made, then I would do that first on YouTube before the art stream for free stuff. Does that make sense? they're two different things. My art commission and the leaderboard are two separate things. Maybe I should separate that then. But then I already have one that says leaderboard. I didn't realize people were getting confused and not requesting art from me because they thought I was backlogged. My queue is completely free. I'd get the next person who orders a commission, I would just do it like this week. I'm not sure how to reward that. Commission queue? That's too long. Commissions. Queue. Art queue? No, that's the same as art request. Maybe one that just says free requests and the art requests become the commissions. I don't know. Something to think about to make it a little more clear. There we go. Wow. This jaw was really messing me up for a hot minute. Okay. And then from here, the skull shape is different. So we see a lot of lift up here for the nose. And then there's actually like a divot there. This looks like really extreme, but it's actually not. And I think I was like flattening that because I thought it looked extreme, but and then I was like crushing his head. How do you know if someone bought you a cup of coffee? Usually it would show up on stream, but because I didn't monetize this, I have all of those things hidden. Especially if I don't want to... Oh, I see it. If it happens on an art stream like this, because I don't want it to be monetized, I would thank you on the next stream. Under the table, but I'll just see what you did. That's really sweet of you, Murchie. I'm gonna... So, okay, let me show you. So... Usually what would happen, I'm going to go to my usual art, not my art, but I'm going to go to my gaming screen because I don't want my art monetized. That's why it didn't show up, Murchie. I'm so sorry. I just don't want to get in trouble with that at all, but I will, let me show you. It's going to look weird because my art's going to be where my camera usually is, but I will show you, okay? Oh, geez. Okay, so when I'm gaming... Let's say this is... Okay, so when I'm gaming, right, this is my game screen. You see with my Ko-fi support button. I don't know if I can replay this one, but I really, really appreciate what you did. So, one on recent Ko-fi at the top left, I would manually add that in. So we can do that right now. Because it is the most recent. So Murchie, thank you for the, and this one I have to do manually. Thank you for the 25. But when Ko-fis do happen, they do show up on screen. But that's because all of my web browsers and stuff are set for it here. So if I go to, I can do like a test one to show you what would happen when it's set up properly. So it would do that. It would be from someone for 3. So it would be like, thanks for your support, right? And then it would climb all the way to the top and then play it out with TTS. And then that way I would know. But also if we look down here, thanks to Murchie's donation, we went from 77% to 82% of the Uncrustables goal, which is like super duper looper amazing. Thanks, Murchie. I'm gonna also punch out a star for you at the beginning of the Mario Kart stream, and then I put it up in my background. That's super sweet. Thank you. Let's go here. So now we're back here at the at the art stream. But that didn't show up here because I don't want to get in trouble. So if it's like, because I don't want people to think that I'm charging for artwork that I'm saying is free. If that makes sense. So when your donation came in through here for like something completely separate and not this artwork, it was the alerts were hidden, basically. But sometimes, like, so say if I'm working on an art, it's the whole legality of these things that like make it super complicated and convoluted. I wish I had enough to just hire a lawyer. Thank you. Yeah, Stephanie, no problem. Because then I could know like, oh, like what is okay to have and what's not okay to have. Do I have to shut off, like, is it because YouTube is really actually not monetized. I'm too small on YouTube to even take like, what is it called here? Super chat. And I didn't technically charge Sam, so, but does receiving money during this time frame and on the overlay of the stream, does that create some sort of like issue? Like that sort of stuff. I don't have the answers for any of that. Like even if it's unrelated, like what if someone just wants to like, you know, do that and it just happens to pop up? Like those are all questions I would ask a lawyer who is familiar with live streaming or sweepstakes law specifically for our state, but also federally. And these are the kind of things that keep me up at night. I think leaderboard stuff's really fun and I want to continue to do it, so I'm gonna be on the safer side of things, and sorry that the alert didn't show up, but that's why. But yeah, I will punch out a little heart on the gaming scene next. I wish it wasn't so complicated, but I appreciate your face. Okay. Jeez Louise, this thing is so complicated. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it is the end of the month, so it's like your full-time content creators like Dorky and I, we're like, gotta make things work. I sit here every day hoping I hit up a commission because I like drawing, and other than streaming, drawing and streaming is like basically the only thing I do for income. Once in a while I get some really good gigs, and that's also like really fun because then I get to like, I don't get paid production money, but what we do is also related, like semi-related to production. So we'll like help out with like the COVID testing and stuff like that. And it's much better than I ever was paid as a teacher. And that's part of the problem, is that people don't understand how underpaid teachers were. Some years I brought in more income as an artist than I ever did as a teacher. And then teachers still have to like come out of pocket, especially around during this time. Like I would be crying, not eating for like days, trying to get materials for my students and still not have enough, or not know where I'm gonna put the gas in my car to go to work for this underpaid job where I don't have enough money to eat because the expectation is me to like put quality stuff for my class. And while there is like a workroom with stuff, like everyone's like using up all the materials anyway, so it's not like stocked up enough, especially during like, hey, every student has to make their parents a gift. Or, you know, if you have like one kid and your pom-poms from Michael's are like $20 for like a pack, well, all the materials for like one pack. I remember this very vividly because like my friends wanted to come and like help, or like just see, they're like, oh, why are you so stressed out? Let's, you know, help you out. And they were like just sitting there. They were basically useless because one, they didn't know my students. Two, like, they're like, oh, well, then you make the gift, right? And I'm like, no, I have to prep for them to understand how to make the gift for themselves. And I can only do that while I'm in class. Right now I'm like just buying my materials. And then they couldn't like help. So they just like sat there and like watched me work. And then they're like, oh, well, for lesson planning, I don't understand your class, or I don't understand the curriculum or how that is. I'm like, yep, that's the teacher's job. You can't really assist me in this because you didn't really study it, nor so it just like, it was like 2 a.m, and they like watched me work off hours for like that much time and spend like literally hundreds of dollars that I didn't have and didn't eat and didn't like have gas in my car. And I'm like, this is my life, So it's like, even though there's like the streamer struggle, it's not as bad as it was when I was a teacher. So it's like tough because it's like, well, if I went back to working, it's not exactly a better life. So I really appreciate every single one of you for being here, whether it's like just engaging with the comments or liking or sharing the streams, hanging out on my gaming streams, or donating through Ko-fi or bits or stars. I honestly really do prefer Ko-fi because if something happens in the back end, I can see it and I can help with refunds and stuff. Both Twitch and Facebook make it very difficult to keep tabs of what's going on necessarily. And with Ko-fi, it's cheaper for you. There's no fees and it comes to me sooner. So I really, really appreciate that, Murchie. And a long-winded way of going like this. I wouldn't be able to survive really without the love of my community and my friends. It's weird calling you all like community and followers because at this point it's like you're my friends and my family helping with like keeping me alive. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish that if I did pull up another like 9 to 5 that it wasn't like I was so starved that it kind of like doesn't actually help. But yeah, in terms of like production, it's really neat. I'm like not used to like just being able to like go over and like just pick up snacks from Crafty. I just recently learned what Crafty was because of these gigs, and I was like, yo, what? Like, we get taken care of and there's like production food and catering. What is this? Like, it was like a whole new world. It was really like night or day. But those things don't happen all the time either, so do what makes me happy. Well, I also have to do, so I definitely believe that, but then people like kind of judge and they're like, well, you need to survive too. And I'm like, right. That's why I'm doing this, because this has more survivability than my career, which is not usually the case, but that is the case for me because teachers spend thousands and thousands of dollars a year. Like, let's say, like, even when I made like $20 an hour, like, people have to keep in mind the livable wage in California is not, we need to make so much more for like the rent. So it's like, that's not exactly like too much more. And then there's like the sink of like the expenditures of teachers. Like, even with the like tax credits and stuff, it's not like enough. It was either called Crafty or Craft Foods. I love it. Yeah, I was like, what on earth? I'm like really chill with them now though. But yeah, no, Crafty's amazing. And then they have like the coffee specials. Call them like the Cheryl special. What's the Cheryl special of the day? This looks way better. Sometimes you just gotta zoom in. Sometimes it's like the reference is too far. So at first I was looking at the reference through OBS. Yeah, the work that makes us happy doesn't always support a lifestyle that keeps us happy. Right. I mean, I was really happy as a teacher, but I literally was like starving. A lot of my coworkers were homeless. And that's not a surprise. That's not like out of the ordinary. Then when I used to ask my coworkers, like, how do you do this? Like, how do we survive as teachers? Like, I'm already working another job. I'm already doing like the side stuff, right? Like, because it's never just you. What are you going to do for your second or third job, right? And I'm like, well, I'm already doing that, and I still feel like I'm not making enough, you know? And it's like, okay, well, if we move to another state where it's cheaper, you get paid less. It's the same. It's like the ratio of stuff just stays the same. And then like the moving fees, the down payment, it's like not as easy as people make it out to be. A lot of times it's like, oh, we'll just do this. We'll just move. We'll just, you know, just find a fifth job on top of that. I'm like, yeah, then they take out more because of the taxes. I actually went through a time where I literally slept for 2 hours every day, and every other living, waking moment of my life was at some sort of job. And I actually made less money monthly because I went into a higher tax bracket because of it. And so, I mean, like, technically, yeah, I got that money back at the end of the year, but month by month it was miserable because it was like they took out more. Like, so I ended up working like hundreds of hours of overtime to receive less money. I remember one of my paychecks was $14 an hour when I was like making like $20 an hour, and it just didn't make any sense, and I had to go and like argue for it. There was this whole like thing, and it was a week where I literally pulled like 80 hours at one of my jobs. It was honestly ridiculous. And then still not being able to like pay bills at the end of that. It's like, it wasn't the how many hours I was putting in, it really was like the ratio of like pay to expenditure. It's just too much, and that's why there's a teacher shortage right now, especially in a whole pandemic. That was my breaking point. I'm like, I can't do that and risk my life. I'm not gonna literally die for this. Like, I will suffer my whole life for my passions, but like, I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna do that. Like, you know? There we go. The angle is correct, but I didn't turn it. But at this point, like, that took way too much effort. Well, the overtime I took was like, I needed to pay my bills because it wasn't enough money. So it's like, if I didn't take it mentally, like, it was going to mess with my mental health because I couldn't survive anyways. The craft services are so good. Yes, they'll tax the poopy out of you. Yeah, you know, because it's always like, oh, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Just, you know, work more hours. Stop being so lazy. I have never been lazy in my entire life. Never. But it's like, anyone who knows me in IRL, like, knows how much time and effort I put into the streams too. Streaming, when trying to do it for a livelihood, takes a lot of time and effort. It really, I know this sounds overplayed, but it really is not just pressing go live. All right, there's a lot of like, even just like what I was talking about with the whole legality thing, like, it takes intentionality, it takes a whole lot of like mental health and like research on what you're doing, and how you're going to put yourself out there, and mental vulnerability. So if you're like out there and you're making content, like, I see you. It's not to be like, oh, pity me or whatever, but this is a like, your struggles are valid regardless if people understand what you're going through or not. And, you know, at the end of the day, we're all just trying our best, and that's all we could do. Life is hard. Life comes with struggles. But, you know, you woke up today, and that in its own is something to be celebrated. You don't have to be super duper motivated every day either in order to make value of your time. You have value on your own. Like, I'm gonna just be like, now we're in motivational speech land. But like, You know what I mean? If you're struggling with the sad, you got like the seasonal depression. You got like depression, regardless of what time of the year it is, on top of the sad. You know, you woke up today. That itself speaks volumes. And whether you spend today bundled up, or if you spend it self-caring, or you're going to do that one dish out of your, you know, if you got dysfunction, you're like, oh my gosh, I have like a million dishes piled up today. Just like do one or two, whatever you feel like, how you're going to be productive, like that deserves to be celebrated. Because life is hard. You got a big project coming up, you're gonna kill it. Angie believes in you. You're doing an art project you've been putting off. Let's do it together. Let's co-work and keep each other motivated. Or are you tired? You just want company. I'm glad you're here. I'm gonna keep on keeping on, and we'll make it work somehow. But I do want to acknowledge that no streamer, no content creator can make it work without the love of their community. And that's why, you know, like, I'm just so grateful for all of you. So thank you. Thank you for being here. And I'll give you a proper thank you, Murchie, when I can. Will you be able to tune in tonight? Do you want me to do your thank you on a different time when it is more convenient, where you can actually see it? I wonder if we're going to be able to do the Uncrustable stream. I wonder if Marcus will be able to DJ. That's the second goal. So for us, we actually have 4 goals. Just because I wanted to, like, thank you all more. I used to do 1, but then it was, like, really intimidating for people to see how much I actually needed to be in, like, a good place. And it was just too scary overall, you know? What time are we tuning in tonight? That would be 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time until 9. 6 to 9. Any streams can be extended for an extra hour. And then they can hijack the stream. They can make it more Mario Kart, or they can make it anything else. Or they could extend for 30 minutes for $25. We've also done it as a pot. So the last couple extensions were done as like people would be like, hey, who wants to put in towards this? And then someone started it, and they were like, Mac Attack. Mac Attack was like, I'm gonna start the pot for Animal Crossing for $4. I'm like, oh shoot, okay. And people started putting in little by little. It was mostly Nicole and Mac Attack at that point, but it was really nice to be able to like switch gears. This I think is really solid. This actually looks like a crocodile head now. The crown leaves a little bit to be desired, but we're just kind of like saving its space, you know what I mean? Want to give it some background to it. The crown is also like tall, skinny. We'll adjust the crown. We'll fix that. We will fix that. But I was mostly concerned about like the jawline. I wanted it to make sense. Okay, actually this loops down a little bit more than what we thought. That's cool. And then he's got his belly. He's got his pec right here, pectoral. He's got a fun little gem down here. So that'll be fun to ink. Yeah, this is very Naruto-esque. It also kind of reminds me when I was a kid. I used to, we'll scooch over here. I used to do like really dynamic like Powerpuff Girls. Let's do like Blossom for instance. So she's got the like, I would add like a little hairline. And instead of just doing it like flat, I always kind of liked making their torsos a little smaller. And then like going off into like the distance. She's looking more like Buttercup the more I'm looking at this, but like the hidden, like they were like so simplified that was fun to like kind of like do things a little bit more dynamically. Or like make them do like flips and spins. It's kind of like reminds me of that. So like in this fashion, it would be facing this way. Let's do bubbles. And then the pigtails would be like higher up. And like this is something that I did like to really like practice this sort of idea when I was like young. And then a lot of the times like here you're not gonna see the feet. You don't see the feet because it's like hidden behind. So if we want like Bubbles has, and then like thinking about their personality, so they don't have the same personality. She would kind of like tuck hers in because she's a little bit more like sweet and like feminine. Maybe she would have a little twist of her dress sort of thing, like she's doing a spin or something. Like these exercises are just a lot of fun. Anyways, back to this one where it's like Naruto Kaizo. Kaiju, big monster. That's what I'm doing it. But yeah, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. I'm going to further hide this because I actually want to make it seem like he's coming from the inwards. He's kind of like floating, right? If we do this, and then this is the pec, and then we have, this is the belly. We need like a belly drum. He's got like that counter, the shiny like, and then here is where the little gem is gonna be. Yeah, I don't really see anything else. There's a little bit of his back here, but I actually like pulled up the arm a little bit more to make it connect. You wouldn't actually see it because it would be like back here. I mean, maybe. I feel like at this point it would be a cleaner silhouette if I actually just remove that part, like composition wise, because then you're going to get that nice contrast with the space background up against this, and it's gonna make the punch clearer. Yeah, you don't see any of his feet. It just like kind of comes out. The feet are gonna be like behind here somewhere. And this is also black space behind. Yeah, I like that. I'm also like now kind of looking at it like where would I bold the lines? So now we're kind of like straying from like the reference. You can see how it is a reference, but it's not like super exact. Oh, also my camera's tilted. So actually this is what it looks like to me. There we go. Oh, yeah. You can kind of see how that's like the angle. I didn't realize my, and then I like stylized the cape to like my style. This would have been just like straight, and I'm like, it's all right. But I think it'd be nicer to have like a more like swirl, kind of wound up punch look. Changes everything. Small rotation. There we go. Okay, Pikachu. Pikachu buddy, Pikachu. Let's see, can we take this image and then what if we went to properties? Can I flip this? Transform, flip vertical. Oh my gosh, that's interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and flip this. Well, not only do I have to flip vertical, I have to flip horizontal too. So we're gonna go to transform and flip horizontal. Yep. Okay. So it's like this. Wow, all right. This poor Pikachu. Oh my gosh, you could really see he's like reaching out for help with his little fingers. Sometimes changing the angle really helps give some perspective of what's going on. His little tubby arm. The angle's more away than in. The eyes come in, but the angle you're being punched. It's like punching away, right? His ears are here. Can see a little bit of the skull behind. Let's see. There's a lot of like little outlines here in his costume for luchalibre. I like calling him Luchachu. Her. It's a Goyle. There we go. The nose, or where the nose would be, is actually covered by the mask. Hi, Steph. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That is such a nice thing to say. Stephanie's like, your drawing looks amazing. Thank you. Yeah, so what I've done here is I flipped the reference so that I can actually see what's like going on from a different angle. If you're not doing this on stream, you could actually just rotate your picture physically. I want to like crunch up the face a little bit. I mean, Pikachu's getting like absolutely demolished, so. I'm gonna, the opening of that mouth is like way too cute. I want to like down turn the edges of the mouth a little bit to like properly show pain, I guess. It's not like getting hit and it's like, Pika Pika! It's like, Joe! Pika Pay! No worries, Stephanie. Thank you for being here. There you go. That looks like proper pain, right? It needs to be a little bit higher because it would be closer to where the nose would be. The nose would be here. Hello, your average consumable item made with grains. It's good to see you. Pikachu in Super Smash is the GOAT. I actually love Luchachu. The reference I got this from was an actual game I played with my moderator and friend Sam, and he's a really good, like, he's in like Smash crews and stuff, and I'm not. I'm casual, so needless to say, I got absolutely wrecked. Oh, I guess the belly's a little bit too far down if I can't get Luchachu's, we'll see. But I love this little guy. He's so cute. Do you play Smash? And are you in my Facebook gaming community? Because by stopping by my art streams, we get incentive badges for art requests. It's like a month-long thing. Got absolutely destroyed here. Oh, it's not like a sleeve, though. The red part of the Pokeball's like here. Oops. Sometimes I play Smash. I like to troll people at Donkey Kong, but I'm not in the Facebook. Oh, interesting, yeah. So I'm a Facebook gaming streamer, but I also do stream on Twitch. If you'd like to find my link for that, that's on, it's in my link tree, which is in the pinned comment. I'd love to have you around. Pikachu's so funny. I love Pikachu.
Pika Pika.
I don't see Pikachu's tail here, but I feel like... Okay, let's rotate this and see what's going on. So I flipped it for visibility of Pikachu's face. This is what's kind of going on here. And then if I flip this to how it was, so if we go flip vertical and then flip horizontal, then you'll... This is the original reference from the video that we took from the vault on Smash. I'm mostly on Facebook because I'm a family-friendly streamer, but my Twitch is like for after-hour rare content where I'm like cussing up a storm and all of that jazz. You can put them in closer proximity because this is more of a rectangle and what I'm dealing with is a circle, so it kind of like squishes them together. But I kind of want, if Pikachu is in like above the belly, that means like Pikachu is like closer here and then just got like wrecked, which sounds about right. I want to be really clear with what lines I'm going with here, so that when I transfer it over to the main paper, it's not like super confusing. I feel like it lost a little bit of oomph. There we go. I find that drawing things that appear to be simple are actually really hard for no reason. Oh, there's a lot of reasons. There's like perspective, foreshortening, a lot of things. I think that if people aren't like drawing like for a profession, then they don't understand what would necessarily make it difficult. Like everyone's like, oh, just draw the stairs in the background. I'm like, stairs? Oh man. Background perspective scaling. There's plenty of reasons why things are a little bit harder than they appear, but yeah. All we can do is really try our best. Okay, I think I'm gonna take out this one last ruffle here. So I'm not actually doing it like exactly to it. What I was talking about earlier is like the essence of the piece. Sometimes and I learned this from someone who just decided to give me free advice from like a college professor. I wasn't like paying for the class, but he was like, oh, I'm gonna just give you feedback just because. I'm like, wow, that's like thousands of dollars worth of like learning. You're just dropping on me for no reason. I'm gonna pay attention. Hi Joey, what's up? All right, but daily consumable. What's your name? Average consumable item made with grains. Even if you're not on the Facebook community, like I do give badges for art streams, and if you choose a team and the team happens to like game and stuff, you might be able to get an art request. Now I don't send these out in the mail. They're just requests I do on stream, and then I send you a photo at the end. But if you're interested in that, we have animal teams, and then you can choose one. You can join the Discord if you like. You don't have to. But I do keep track of that on like a separate sheet sort of thing. We have, just in case you are interested, let me know and then I can write you in. I think I'll call you Grain. Is it cool if I call you Grainy? I'm all right. I'm having fun with this really challenging piece here. I think I'm kind of like settling in with this. Yeah, I wanted to extend that arm to make it more prevalent and take out one of the ruffles on the cape. I like my cape style a little bit better. So we got bunnies and cats and dogs. We got wolves and foxes and penguins and ducks. We have butterflies and turtles and dolphins and sharks, peacocks and raccoons. Yeah. So at any time you could actually commission me, as long as it's not like 18 plus and it's not like a this is copyrighted characters because I'm not getting paid for this. This is just a gift. So basically these are gifts for people who really show up. And like the art streams do rack up. I am doing them twice a week now. And they're 3 badges each. We have a thing where it's like as long as you can get 15 badges in the month. If the team that you choose for that month is the one that's the winner, anyone that gets 15 badges or more, I'll reach out to and I'll be like, hey Grains, your team won, believe it or not. You wanna request anything in the whole wide world? These have a little bit more freedom since I'm not taking money for them, since they're just for fun skis, and they're not being mailed out. I wanted to do 15 minutes on the Stairmaster. I got 10 in and wanted to die. David. Yeah, I'm gonna put you in my system as Grainy. I have a friend named Rainy, and I think it'd be fun if we called you Grainy. Is that cool? Grainy. And then Joey's here. Joey, you were so nice to ask me how I was doing. How are you doing, Joey? For example, Joey's in Team Penguins. 3 points for Penguins. Our streams are fun to watch, in my opinion. I agree. I like to show the whole entire process, including me struggling with tears. Because I think it's important to show the struggles of an artist. There's too many speed paints. There's too many here's what I did in 9 hours and like 10 seconds. You know what I mean? Do you have a favorite animal? I went through the list really quickly, but I'll say it again a little slower. What's an animal that would eat grains? We have bunny, cat, dog, wolf, fox, penguin, duck, butterflies, turtles, dolphins, sharks, peacock. I like saying peacock. Peacock and raccoons. I am doing well, just finishing some work before watching a movie. Oh, what movie are you watching? But I love seeing the techniques to study. Yeah, so I usually do it from start to end. Each of my art streams, So I do, oh, it's a YouTube thing. Okay, if you like what you see, press subscribe and don't forget to boop that bell. Is that how this works? Anyways, yeah, so I'm live with art twice a week, usually Tuesday mornings for me. Oh, what time zone are you in? I'm in Pacific time. And then Wednesday evenings, so that way we can touch base with people all around the world. Jaguar or tiger? You can't decide. Well, those are kitty cats. Would you like to join Team Cats? I think speed paints are cool, but I think there should be a link to the full video. So that is totally what I want to do for TikTok. Man, if I could like stream live on TikTok, that would be really nice too, like at the same time. I think that would be more helpful for the gaming streams. Spirited? Nice. Yeah? Alright, let's put you in Team Meow Meow. Wow. Greenies and Team Cats. Your account's really funny, by the way. We're gonna Grainy Cats. Alright, Grainy. You've got 3 points for Team Cats. Excellent. Stephanie says hi, David. All right. What was it? Yeah, so I would link to I want to do the live stream like from start to finish, like sketching. I like erased the base of this like 20 times because it's just important to see the whole process. It adds value too. I think that a lot of times when I start from the very beginning with my commissions and then people who stay with me during the voice call, they see like, you know, I like to ask them questions throughout, make sure we're on the same page throughout the whole process. And they see like, oh wow, like this part of the process took like 3 hours. It's not just the 3 minutes we see on TikTok, right? So when I finally upgrade, so one of the things that I want to do is I want to get like an Olivia. I want to get something that I can put like top down as I'm doing it at the same time, or download my video and then like kind of like speed it up or chop it up and put that on TikTok as a speed paint, but then just be like, please see the full like 4-hour video on YouTube, this from start to finish, so it can add a little bit more value while still playing the algorithm game for the growth. Raccoons! I really love watching your stream. I do see you more than just a fellow streamer. Definitely all well connected. Yes! We still need to meet up for boba when I'm not crying financially. And honestly, like, I still have a lot of concerns with like variations for COVID. Everyone's still getting sick. A lot of the job gigs that I'm doing, the people that I'm with, we all have to test negative. So there, I feel much safer and able to like hug and like be in close proximity to, because we have like those negative tests every single day, right? So are you gonna play with us tonight? Oh, are you asking David? David's been really busy lately. Unfortunately, we miss David. We do, but David's also got to do stuff. We'd be happy to have him if he does happen to be free, but I don't think that will be the case tonight. Oh, what was I saying? Oh yeah, but I'd be down to meet up, but I would feel more comfortable if we both PCR and then like stay away from people and then see each other, because a lot of the reason why I'm streaming remotely and doing this for a living is because I don't have the greatest health. So, and getting COVID, I did get COVID before, but instead of even with the mild symptoms, it knocked me out for like a full month as opposed to like a couple days. So I just want to stay a little bit safer. I'm streaming Mario Kart tonight. Mario Kart. So Tuesdays and Wednesdays are always really predictable. They're YouTube art and Mario Kart with the community, but their times flip. So art today is at 11, and then we have Mario Kart at 6, and this is all in Pacific Standard Time. All right. So, and then on Wednesdays we flip. So it will be Mario Kart in the morning for people across the pond, like in the UK and stuff, and then art in the evening for people who work during the day but want to see me draw. What time is it? Speaking of time, oh my gosh, we only have like an hour left. I did start really late though. What is my uptime? Do I have an uptime here? How does YouTube work? Oh, yeah, I'm like 30 minutes late. So we have about an hour and 30 minutes left. So that being said, let's go to Art FAQ. I like to go into these smaller scenes to do like the light box transitions and stuff. That way it doesn't completely blind all of you while I'm doing it. And if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask me here. And it also gives you an idea of what we're doing today. So for those of you who missed a spiel earlier and don't know me, I'm Angie. Nice to meet you! I'm a streamer on Facebook Gaming. You can follow me at fb.gg/shenanigans of Angie. Although if you do not have a Facebook, I do also have a Twitch. I'm there once a week with after hour content. The not family friendly version. On YouTube and on Facebook, I'm family friendly, good for all ages, E for everybody. Twitch is not that. If you're not down skis with after hours, please don't follow me on Twitch. I also take commissions on Ko-fi. I would really appreciate it if you could support me. And if you're not following my social media, there's a link tree that should be pinned. Oh, you joined the Discord. Did you accept the rules? I don't see you in the welcome. Oh. So, in the roles, you can just click cats. And then you can also click on the notifications for any other games that you might like. We do Pokemon. Unfortunately, y'all girls broke, so I don't have Scarlet, but I would have chosen Scarlet and I would have chosen Sprigatito. Art, Smash, Mario Kart. Animal Crossing has been requested lately, which is really interesting to me. Zelda's platformers, which includes Fall Guys, Hollow Knight, stuff like that. Board games, story games, party games, like Mario Party, Jackbox. And then the Twitch. Twitch has its own role, so if you have Twitch and you just are not interested in the Book of Faces, which I totally understand, I suggest getting those champagne glass rolls. We got the bread! Oh my god, David, you're so funny. Okay. Team Cats for the W, for the win. Do you have a favorite breed of cat? Oh, there you are. Consumable item made with grains. Hello. We're gonna call you Grainy. Is that cool? Is that what we would see you on Twitch as well, since I know you don't have a Facebook? And let us know what pronoun should we use for you, Grainy? Do you use he, him, she, her, they, them? Do you want to stick with the grains? Should we call, like, we could do it, since grain is like an item? I don't mind grainy. I'm excited. We got bread. Okay, but for real. we're gonna use the scene to do some adjustments that would be weirder on the bigger scene. So I have decided to use this mushroom as my stencil for my circle. Listen, I don't know where my big boy stencils went. Okay, we're gonna get really creative here. I thought we're playing Smash Bros. No, we're not playing Smash Bros. I'm drawing me getting wrecked by Sam in Smash. Rice/barley. Stop. You're so funny. Okay, yes. Paper. That's what I need. I want a study of paper. Okay, we got sturdier paper. And then we're gonna use a mushroom top. And I'm gonna not be wasteful and do that right in the middle. We're gonna go to the edge. And I'm gonna trace. How are you doing, Chapito? Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. Okay. Okay, we have a circle. A really poorly drawn circle, but we have a circle nonetheless. Okay, and then we got this Pikachu getting absolutely smashed. I can't wait for... I may be grains, but I'm sentient grains. I love that. Can't wait for Thanksgiving. Need a break. Catch up on some games and anime. Oh, what animes are you gonna catch up on? I need to find a Skizador. Tijeras. Las Tijeras. I see you. You like Smash Brothers, cats, Pokemon, you like art, and you want Twitch stuff. Sounds good, Grainy. Look at you with the meow meow. And feel free to chat in the Discord too. So even if you're not like in the streams, or if you want, so another fun thing is if you want to play Smash with other people, even if I'm not live, we have some gaming lobbies on the bottom. I was hanging out in competitive lobby for Fall Guys like all weekend because of season end. But once in a while, we do have people who want to play Smash. You are allowed to use my @roles. So you can do, hey, @Smash Bros. Anyone want to play? Meet me in competitive or meet me in casual. And you never know. I'm trash. When I streamed Smash Brothers, I'm #trash at Smash. Oh my god. What's happening? There's tortillas in my Discord. What is going on? But you could do that, and then people can share their arena codes, and you can play with them. That's all good. Those gaming lobbies on the very, very bottom, right above Animal Crossing, they're meant for all of you to play. All right, I'm gonna get me some Skizzors so I can, not the Pokemon, the tool. Tortilla! Okay, fam bam. But like, actually, let me know in chat while I go find these scissors. What's better, flour tortilla or corn tortillas? I'm here. Okay, ow. Okay, also, corn for tacos. I agree with that. Spy Family. I need to catch up. I'm like 3 episodes behind. I'm that quality bread. What is going on? That's a hard question. Cone. Is cone a big lump of knobs? It has a juice. It has a juice. Also on Twitch and Facebook, I am a face cam streamer. It's just when I'm doing art, it's just way easier to be a PNG tube. So you'll usually see PNG tube Angie here on the YouTube. Cone. I like corn, but I think it's because I grew up with flour and I just needed something different. You know what I mean? But tacos, corn is so superior. Always. I never really liked tacos with flour. For real, the flour tortillas are good because they are soft. Okay, yeah. But if I just wanted to like snack on something and it's like fajitas, that's different. Like that, and that's a fair enough question. Like, what are we eating with the stuff? This is like we talk about food and we draw. So right now, off camera, I'm cutting out a circle. It's not very interesting. That's why we're on this scene. Can you hear the lo-fi? Lo-fi vibes, courtesy of Chilled Cow, aka Lofi Girl, the study girl, Goyle. All right, here we are. So I have to decide what I want to cut. Yeah, I think I'm gonna shave off Pikachu's ears because that hand is really important. Food's a good topic, not gonna lie. There's a stray cat who won't leave me alone. Should I feed her a taco? No. As much as I love kitty cats, you know, we don't know the health of that cat. I would actually like get it neutered. So there's like a capture, neuter, release, neuter, tag, release, where they're not going to make as many stray cats around the area if you can't adopt it yourself. And it probably needs a checkup. And yeah, there are certain foods that are bad for cats. Like for instance, lots of tacos could have like onions. Bad for kitties. Bad. Garlic, very bad. Like, could really hurt their tummies. Blender is cool. Blender is cool. Chipito works a lot in Blender. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what we were talking about. Go. Still learning Blender. I'm starting to understand it. Starting to feel easier and feel confident about it. That's great. Do you draw, Grainy? I know you said, like, it makes it hard, but, like, what kind of things do you draw? What programs do you do? So I use Procreate and an Apple Pen for my emotes, but I'm well versed in Photoshop. And I used to use like a Wacom tablet. I'm moving around a lot and from room to room, and it's just like convenient for me to have something portable like that rather than sitting at the computer for long periods of time, especially since I do that a lot already. Yeah, I do draw. It's a lot of fun. That's great. Literally the same thing. Sick. Love that. Okay. So, but on YouTube, I do mostly traditional requests for the gaming. So here you'll see that if you want to see the digital art stuff, you can subscribe on the Ko-fis. I'm gonna get the light table, which is how we're gonna end up seeing stuff underneath and why I'm on the scene so I don't blind you all unnecessarily. Where on earth is... Oh, is this it? Hold up. Wires. Yeah, YouTube's my fun, like, let's do things traditionally with Copic markers and, like, pens. But I'm definitely, well-versed in the... Hold up, buttercups. These transitions are always so chaotic. I'm so sorry. Okay. Close your eyes. I'm gonna get blinded by the light. Okay. I can't see anything. Okay, wait. This might be too thick. It's like way too detailed. I need to be on point. I'm gonna use a thinner paper. It's too thick. It's too thick, fam. Back to the mushroom cap. Oh, Clip Studio. That one's good. It used to be free. Is it subscription already? Work smarter, not harder. There we go. Okay. Wah. We got these cute little mushroom mugs from World Market. I'm just staring at that gif of flour. Ugh, I'm so hungry. The Wacom tablet really messed me up. Drawing something that you don't see. Got a green screen. Got a screen tablet. Oh, yes. And I did say that. So the Wacom tablets, you have to spend a lot of time like learning how to redraw with them. But a lot of the times they're more affordable than getting the ones where you just draw straight onto the screen. So I think that the more affordable one would be to get like an iPad, like when you're starting out, and then like get the Apple Pen. And that's wild to me that the Apple Pen is the cheaper option these days. Because the Cintiqs that are like large scale meant for like industry is like thousands and thousands of dollars, where it's like a Wacom Cintiq, but you go straight onto like the computer itself. Those are wild. I remember like wanting one of those so bad as a kid, but when you learn, and I'm like, well, I'm only like, what, 13? Not now. I'm not 13 now, but when I was 13, I was like, yeah, I'm a nut. Okay, so now see the paper's thinner. It's gonna be an easier time to transfer over this really complicated piece. We're gonna use some washi tape to hold it down. Then I'm gonna adjust the lighting so that it doesn't hurt all of you for like no reason. Can I fit both? Can I flush it all the way? Oh, I don't know. It's like really, really close. I can do this and shorten the crown and shorten the ears a little bit and then fit everything. Okay. To the washi tape. Yeah, Procreate with an Apple Pen is amazing. It's like easily one of the more affordable things, to be honest. We are in space. I don't have accessible, fun space theme washi tape, so we're gonna just stick with this one. So right now I just wanna put tape where there's no lines, so it doesn't move around as I'm doing it. This is the equivalent of making another layer on Procreate. and then bumping down the opacity to do line art, right? But I just cut out the paper to the shape that I want, and the person requested it to be in a circle so it can be a profile picture. You got the X Pen for free? Oh my lord. Nice. Good for you. That's too close to the line I want to make, so I'm going to readjust it. These are really just meant to keep the paper from moving. It's less of a protein on paper for me, but then there's a new area issues. Oh. Okay. Here we are. Let's, this camera's gonna really blind all of you, so I don't want to hurt you. Let's, let's adjust that really quick within OBS. Our bright screen's really important for this, but let's just bump it down a little bit. Now that looks not so great. Let's do exposure. The camera's not liking that. Probably here, and then bump down brightness. Okay, so it's gonna be a little bit dim, but just so it like spares your eyes, your ears. Okay, here we go, here we go. All right, here we are. We're on the next step, which is line arting. For this one, I'm going to use Copic multi-liners. They are Copic proof, waterproof, pigment ink. The one with the screen. I applied for an Amazon card when I was giving $200. Oh, I used the card when I went to Australia because one of the benefits was using the card in another country with no issues and paying off everything. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So now we got this. And this is a bigger piece. So usually I go with like the 0.3s and the 0.01s, or the 0.1 and the 0.05. But I think I can actually bump this up a little bit more with the nib tips. I'm gonna test it off on the side over here before I really decide on anything. Looking at the line in comparison to the piece, I think this one would be good for like the middles. And then this was what? This was 0.3. So if I'm gonna think slightly smaller, we could do 0.2 as well for the more definitive areas. And then there's gonna be some areas I want thicker. You don't want to do the same line weight all the way around when doing line art. That's how we usually get really flat, uninteresting stuff, and we end up hating our lives when we do the line art, right? Totally speaking from experience. So this is 0.3, 0.2. Let's see, 0.35. That's not too much of a difference. I want to bump it up a little bit more. My next size up is 0.5. Like the areas near like the, yeah. So this is going to be my range of line weight, if that makes sense. I'm gonna start with my middle one, and then I'll stop with the 0.3 when I think we can do more detail work, and then switch to the 0.2, and then I will go back in and then think of my light source and where shadows fall, or where I want like more dynamicness in the composition, and then go back in with the bigger one to put those in. Sounds good. I need to tell my bank I was going to another country while the Amazon card could just use it. Very convenient how I got a drawing tablet. That's neat. Good for you, like, honestly. It's a smart way to do it. I'm starting in the areas where I had the most trouble, so if I need to start all over again, I can just do that. We want a little bit more line confidence. We're gonna bump you down a little bit so you can kind of see what I'm doing. These lines here are a little bit, they're like colored in, right? So if I were to do line art in Procreate and then alpha lock it, and then color it in the colors, like a shade lighter or darker, which is one of my favorite things to do. My PNG tube is actually like all outlined in black. I don't typically do that, but I wanted something a little bit more bold and readable for streams. But in this case, I don't have colored pens. So if I was doing watercolor, what I would do is just go in with colored pencils and use, like, instead of doing all black and then alpha locking it, I would have to think like 2 steps ahead. So for instance here, this K rule is the white silver theme, right? So I would think, okay, well, I'm looking at that. This is the underneath of the mouth. So I'd probably use like a dark salmon because they see a little bit of like red tones here and I want it to contrast with that. And then I would do the line in salmon. So as we line art, it would just be like really interesting looking rainbow lines in traditional. And then I would go in and then match the color with watercolor and then color over it. What is your favorite thing to draw? That's a really tricky question. So I spent a lot of my life doing commissions and drawing for other people to the point where I've just I've just been drawing other people's stuff. I don't know. I really like drawing cats. I like drawing anime girls and OCs, but I haven't done that sort of stuff for my own things recently other than my PNG tube. I liked to draw, when I was a kid, I liked to draw flowers a lot, like bouquets and things. Anyways, that whole tangent about like what I would do if I was doing watercolor doesn't really matter because I'm using black and Copic marker. But here I would have made it like a very light, like light gray. But since I am not doing that, I'm instead going in with the lighter, the smaller line pen. You see that? So that it's not as apparent. So it has a little bit of that dynamic here where I'd be able to control the highlight or shadow of the lines. I just have to kind of do the same type of thinking like ahead of time. Does that make sense? It's a lot of rambling. Sorry, fam. So see here, it's a little bit more visually appealing. You also don't have to connect all of your lines. Like here, there's a massive highlight here, so it would kind of like get blocked out. So I'm going to just skip it to break up that line. But then you have to know where your line confidence is important. So this line here for the snout is really, really important to like get in one fell swoop. There's going to be a little bit of shadow here from what I see on the picture and the reference. So I'm going to darken that up just a little bit. And then seamlessly, not seamlessly, but like make it connect here. So it looks more like a pressure pen. So it's like light to medium to thick. So I can thicken this up a little bit too, but not too much because I want it to blend into the lightness of this chin part, like the corner of the crocodile mouth. I can actually go one size smaller for the teeth. I'm already on a really light one, so I want to go like 0.25 maybe. No, smaller. 0.1, maybe like a 0.1. Yeah, a 0.1. Okay. I want this to appear that it's underneath the mouth, so I'm going to darken the lines here for like a little bit of extra shadow. Procreate is Apple exclusive, yes. Yeah, Apple. Yeah, it's iPad only. I remember I wanted to get it, but my iPad wasn't compatible. Oh yeah, and it has to be like a certain amount. Never got another iPad, so I never got Procreate. Yeah, Clip Studio Paint would be the next best thing. But then like they started going into subscription. Yeah, Clip Studio, like honestly, if I didn't have an iPad, I would have done the same thing, Chapito. I've seen it's really good at making anime type drawings. I don't know what kind I should draw. Do you want to be a little bit of an all-around? Yeah, I would just say, like, go at your gut. You know what I mean? Your art style is going to evolve throughout years, right? I think you should just draw what you enjoy. And then, like, watch your style unfold. It's like an accumulation of, like, what you end up doing. And a lot of artists are, like myself, are jack of all trades. So just because my PNG tube looks like this doesn't mean that I can't draw more seriously or draw landscape or draw this or that. That's why we have portfolios to show our range of skills. And why I like to live stream different people's requests, because you know, there is like a little bit of like, oh, this is kind of how I do my line weights and stuff. But then if someone sees like my paintings as opposed to like some illustrative work, they can kind of start seeing my range a little bit better, if that makes sense. Have you ever drawn dogs before? I have. I have an example of one. I drew, one of my community members requested Lassie, and that's actually one of the ones I did with watercolor with colored pencil, so instead of pen. So I'm actually going to show that to you. If I can find it. Let me see. I've also done like corgis and stuff, but this is my more realistic one. This is Lassie in a painted Polaroid. There are some pen marks here, but this pen, I had a brown pen that I could work with. And yeah, I did do Cookie from Animal Crossing. That's more of a like cartoon dog, right? But yeah, thanks for asking. So perfect example. What I'm drawing right now looks nothing like that. Yeah, thanks. I'm a little stressable besode about this mouth. Okay. Well, we're just gonna have to go into it. And the only way to get better is to keep doing it. So we're gonna keep on keeping on. Drawing canines is fun. Yeah, they are. And then there's also like the furry art style as well. What is it? Let me see if I can extra image. One of my community members, a few of my community members are furries. So, I mean, a wolf is considered a canine, right? Let me... When they join my voice chat for when we do community games like Mario Kart, like we are tonight, I make PNG tubes for them so people can see when they're talking. So what I'm going to show you is like their, like, just to show difference in different styles of like canines. So I did the more realistic one, and then as Chapito mentioned, there was like Cookie, which is the really like cutesy round Animal Crossing one. And then we have... Oh, what happened to the music? Yes, I would like to continue listening. And then we have... What's it called? Where am I? What is life? What is life? Okay. Pictures. Dream. Stuff. VTubes. Team Wolves. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and make that fit to screen before I pop this up. Okay, here we go. And then this is one of the PNG tubes for our Team Wolf member, Deggy, which clearly is a completely different style. So while we're on the topic of style, which is a little bit more like my PNG tube, right? The world is your oyster. Versatility is very important. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna continue lining art. This is one of my ones that I struggle the most on, but people really like to watch for whatever reason. Yeah, and then if I was to draw like an actual like real life wolf, that'd be different. They have like different anatomy and stuff, right? Okay, this darn, okay. Canines. K-Rool's teeth are much sharper, longer on the top than on the bottom. I'm trying hard not to just do V's, but kind of like angle it in, considering that, like, thinking of them as cones rather than like V-shaped lines. And that'll help with the shading too. So as I shade, I'm gonna shade to make it look more 3D than 2D. Inside the mouth, I'm gonna do the teeth first, so I can kind of see where it mapped out. I'm doing a curved line here because it's showing the underneath of the mouth, and then I'm kind of like extending it that way. Now I'm gonna connect the top part of the mouth. There's a little bit of the roof right here. That was all detail work, so now I'm gonna go back to the slightly bigger pen, which is the 2.2. This is also a really good time to make corrections if you see anything that's a little bit off from the reference. Like this is angled a little bit. It's not as round. It comes in sharper. I think for the texture of kingkrool, I'm gonna go ahead and only do the scale lines with the Copic, unless they're like really integral lines like here that need like more contrast to them, like where the separation of the brow line is to the rest of the head. Like that's a little bit more important, right? There we go. Ayo. Okay. Let's do, where's my point 2? There we go. Gonna do parts of his cape. Where did the jewel go? Is this it? Oh, it is it. There's a ring around his eye. There we go. So under here, there's gonna be more shadow because this bracelet's like above it. So I'm making that a little bit thicker. It's the back arm. Back cape. Nice. And then for the belly, I want to go lighter. Just kind of want to mark where like that pec is. A lot of this arm should be really, really thick in terms of line weight because it's storing the most energy. Oh yeah, for sure, Grainy. But I also don't want it to be like too removed from it. So now this is where I'm going with my thicker one, trying to see like where do I want the pops to be? What do I want to sink into the background? What needs separation from the layers? So like this neck here is gonna be more prominent than the back arm. I want this head to be separate from the rest as well. Where do I want to add depth? For me, I really want most of the thickness to be around the impact zone of Luchachu getting absolutely paunched. But if you make everything thick, the rest of the lines kind of lose its purpose. I don't want to like overdo it either, because then it all just looks like I went with like a super thick line weight. And like there was no intentionality behind it, if that makes sense. I'm gonna rotate this. Kind of like when you just popped in grainy. So I can kind of just focus on making Pikachu look right as well. Pikachu's also storing a bunch of the energy because he's getting whopped. So I'm using the thicker line art from the get-go here. Because this is where it's all being stored, right? Exactly. Even though there's no shading or anything yet, there's depth because of the line weight. So the luchador outfit has a lot of detail, so I'm going in with my needle point 0.1. I'm gonna start from where the eyes are. The eye opening? I don't know how to say that. I really want the eyes to show pain. So I'm gonna be a little bit more sketchy in like the way the eyes are. So it shows a little bit more crunch to it. I'm gonna go ahead and just color this in with the pen. Because in certain areas, I can strategically like leave little gaps like that to add more texture to the paunch. Just gotta make sure that the same technique is being used. Like where there would be slight highlights, you just kind of like break up that pen work. Same thing with the ears, those are gonna be black as well. But actually, this I'm gonna leave like a charcoal gray because the rest of the background is space, so that's gonna be black with white specks. So now we're gonna rotate it over again to kind of like see what we got going on here. There is a gap between the pants and the shirt. this part of the hand was blending into Pikachu's pants, and I did not like that. So I made this line with a little bit thicker as well. There we go. So that there's a little bit more distinction. I mean, there's gonna be more distinction when there's color. Clearly, K-Rool's fist is not gonna be the same color as this, but there's also importance of like value. Looking at the grayscale of the screenshot from the replay that we took, these are going to be the same value, which means that it's regardless of color, like how much contrast is going on in this part, it all kind of like meshes together, which is quite unfortunate. So I want to make sure that I can shade a little bit more on here, make that part a little bit more dramatic. Because if we grayscale it, it's also really important to consider your values. Dorky? Dorky! Did you just gift me Typer Shark Deluxe? I know what I'm doing on Twitch on Friday. It's just gonna be me typing away and talking to chat. Oh, and then we could put words with friends on there during my BRBs. I think that'd be good. Thanks, Dorky. I wasn't sure what indie or random Twitch thing I was gonna do this week, but I'm definitely gonna do Typer Shark. Gives me a nice opportunity to show off my sick typing skills. Hello? Dorky! What are you doing? What are you doing, friend? That's so nice of you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm gonna play it on Friday. Oh shoot, it's a Friday evening. Maybe I'll save it for next week. I feel like the Friday mornings are like more casual, just like what on earth we're doing. Like we don't really know. But I feel like Twitch nights are a little bit more what's the word? Intentional. It's also a Black Friday. What do you all want to do on Twitch with Spicy Angie? Spicy Animal Crossing doesn't quite sound right. I really want that. The autumn sale. Oh, the autumn sale. Thank you. I really wanted Typer Shark. That is like my jam. Y'all remember Typer Shark? Typing Typer Shark from like what, PopCap games? What is this? I love that thing. Yeah. Black Friday, the all caps. Black Friday and then what? Cyber Monday. I'm at the point where I'm a little worried I might touch it too much. You know, if you know, when you're like, all right, it's kind of good. I can keep doing it, can keep improving. And then you just keep touching it. And then that one line like ruins it all. I'm a little worried that that might start happening here. But this back arm, while it is in the background, it's looking real flat. So let me just fix that for the real quick. What did you get for yourself, Dorky, on the autumn sale? Man, I'm fixing to draw after this. You should. Draw with me. Bring out your sketchbook. Let's do something together. It doesn't have to be the same thing. You can just co-work. It's what a lot of my streams are. I'm browsing for other stuff right now. Ooh. Imagine if Typer Shark could be like a collab. What's Typer Shark? It's a really old school game where you're like a diver and you go down and there's words typed on the sharks and they're coming to eat you, and you would have to type the words before it gets to you or you die. Let me get my all right. We got 30 minutes. You can at least get your sketch started. You know what I mean? You can at least get the sketch started, or however, you can do some drawing exercises too. So drawing exercises are really important too if you feel like your hands are getting like really stiff, like literally just doing, all right, let's try straight lines. All right, let's do crosshatch. Let's do zigzag up downs. Do your spiral. Do the spiral the opposite. Oh, look, my spiral the opposite way is real bad. But the more you do it, the more you practice. It's like loosening up the muscles necessary for drawing. Do a little whirlpool. Draw a... Oh, that's a really sad square. Draw some triangles. Draw some squares. Counterclockwise, clockwise. And then when you just fill up a paper like that, suddenly, like, you can... ooh, ow, my knee! My knee! Oh, well. Anyways, you know what I mean? And then by the time you go into your piece, you have more control because your hand's a little bit more practiced. All right, fam. I'm currently tearing down a wall that is blocking my arts. What? Grainy, what are you doing? What is happening? All right, we're gonna go to the different scene while I readjust the lighting again, because I think my line art is done and I'd like to color. Alrighty, we've been working in some dim, grody lighting. We got sketch versus line art. And I can show that again once I clean this up a little bit. Wall I don't understand. Grainy, what are you doing? What is happening? Okay, I'm unplugging the light table. I need to ask Murchie what he wants me to do for the 25. We can make them Bean Boozle beans for the queue. Or we could do... Oh yeah, there's a lot we could do. We could have it be extended for even more Mario Kart time after stream. Okay, let's look at this. Sketch versus line art, and then we're gonna adjust the camera. Exposure up. Exposure up. I think. Yeah, like there. And then brightness up. No. Whoa. Yeah, this exposure is being really weird. Oh my lord. This is why we do this on this scene and not the other scene. What's happening? Let's go to default. Let's go to default really quick. It's like freaking out. Focus, good. Brightness down a smidge. The pencil's like hard to see. Okay, I think that's better. Passable at least. Hopefully. Okay, let's check this out. Got your stuff. Let's go. Let's draw. Your name is real long, so we need to scooch the chat area a little bit over. Stop scooching. Stop right there. There we go. That's so much better. We're gonna lock that in place. Okay. What are you gonna do today? Are you gonna start with doodling? Gonna scooch this over here. Yeah. And we're gonna start coloring the Copics. We're gonna start from our lightest and then go to the darkest. If you're gonna ask me why, remember back when you first started coloring with Crayola markers? And have you ever wanted to draw the moon on a dark, starry night? Yeah, you start with your lightest first. Or have you ever had that moment where you're like, oh, what happened? Where you're like, you do the outline in black and then you try to color in the sun in yellow and then it smears in together. Yeah, we're gonna avoid that. We're just gonna avoid that. Let's see. A dragon. Oh, dragons are so cool. Okay. We're going to do a little test strip. That's a pretty good Pikachu yellow. It's looking a little highlightery, but you know what? I think out of the options we have, that one might be the best. This is a pale, actually, it's important to test these out. Pale yellow right now is the winner chicken dinner for me. We also have yellow. That's a little too lemony. Let's go with this one. So this is black line art, but that's why it's important that I used one that's Copic proof, and it's one that matches the branding as well. So I used the Copic multi-liners, which it says on here, waterproof and Copic proof. And since I use watercolor and Copic marker, that one was the one to do. So as you notice, as I go over it, it doesn't smudge all over the place, but that's because of the type of materials that I'm using. I'm just focusing on putting down my flat colors right now. I could probably actually add Pikachu's tail here, which would balance out K-Rool's cape. On the thing, on the reference, it actually shows it here, but I don't like that. So I took it out, but I could potentially look at, okay, if Pikachu's getting hit, the tail would be flying this way. I'll just keep it the way it is. The other yellow, the canary yellow, I'm gonna use on the crown. Not that K-Rool's crown is actually that light, but it is what I want the lightest color to be. So it's also like I'm coloring in highlights that happen to be color. I want the lightest color be closer a little bit to white. So I'm being a little splotchy with it to leave a little bit of that highlight there intentionally. The bands are more of a bronze, so I'm not going to do yellow for the highlight of these bands because I want them to be a really light, like putty almost. That's like skin tone. We don't want that right now. How about barley beige? It's still skin tone. Something more like a caramel. Like a bronze. Yellow orchard. Oh. Still a little too saturated for what we're going with. Let me see clay. That's more of the flat. So I need something that complements this color, but is lighter. Not as brown, but still lighter than that. So maybe putty. There we go. We're gonna do the bracelets in putty first because we're working from our lightest. There are some really intense highlights here on the band. That go into like stark white, so I'm going to leave those spots right there. Same thing here. This whole side is actually like almost blinded by light, but we still want to have some sort of color on there. Same thing with K-Rool's underneath. That one's a little bit more in the goldish. So we want something like this, but maybe even a little bit lighter than that. I'll go warm gray one. Again, keeping in mind the highlight of the white. The highlight of K-Rool with the light skin is going to be white, so I'm just leaving that. And then we got a flat color for, it's like a blurple. That's like too purple. It's too blue. I don't know if I have this color. Lilac? That's way too purple. It's like a... It's like that. It's like a Discord blurple, but you know what? We can combine those two. So that's what I'm gonna do. Also, I want to be able to reference the lighting on the bottom picture before I lose track. Sam really liked that the scales of kingkrool picked up the lighting of Pikachu's yellow. So I'm actually going to use the same yellow here and go over the portions that would have bounce light. So he wanted to see, well, first of all, there would be bounce light on here, on just like the knuckles. And then a little bit on the brace. And there was a lot of bounce light like here on like the underarm. And like here. That's really sick looking. I didn't really touch the cape, but I can imagine it kind of like coming up this arm. Okay. We're looking at like a rose salmon in here. It's too rosy. We want it a little bit more too pink for the underneath of his mouth. And maybe back to the cotton pearl. Yeah. It's like the roof of his mouth is actually like a cottony pearl. You got your dragon done. My goodness, it's so quick. Would you like to put in show off your art on the Discord? I'd love to see it. You did post it. Wow, you're so fast. I really like the shading of underneath. Those eyes are really pretty too. Amazing. You change your nickname to Grainy. There you go. I'm also noticing a little bit of bounce light around the eyes here as well. And like underneath here too. The pink of the tongue. You did another one? Yeah, go for it. It's a little bit more on just the pink side. But toned down. So it's too pastel for me. Rose Mist. That's the one. This one right here. It's a little too contrasty, so I'm gonna actually back it up and then go a little bit into this one here. The underneath of the tongue is like a dark gray, I'm seeing. I'm like, dude, that's so fast. I like that. Side profiles are hard to do. Well done. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Let's test out the cape color blurple that I was going for. It was that one with like a light blue, was that? No, that light blue is not as light as the other blue. Was it Phthalo blue? No. What was it? Oh, wait, I set it aside. Is it this blue? Yes, so this one with this one. Yeah, baby. All right, we're gonna do a little mix-a-roonies. To do that, we're just going to color in the flat. You want to work quick but consistent. With paper, it absorbs, so you're gonna want to leave a little bit of like a millimeter of margin for when they start to like absorb and spread out a little bit. The cape isn't very shiny, so you don't want it to look metallic. So this one, I'm not gonna leave a lot of white space, except for just making sure it doesn't go into areas it shouldn't. If you let areas dry, you're gonna get overlap, which is fine. A lot of times we want that, but not when we're like mixing in the tones together. So very quickly, I'm gonna go again, do the exact same thing with the other color. This way I gave it kind of like a light blue undertone to the purple, so it's not just like lilac, and it also brings down the tone of the cape, which is closer to the color that I'm looking for. And that is my flat for that. The highlight of this one, though, is going to be a much lighter purple. I don't know if I have it. I think this is the lightest purple I have. So I'm going to go ahead and flood that with just this alone. You can now see the difference between these two shades. We got some orange. Let's test out some oranges. That is a pretty spot-on Luchachu orange, actually. Cool. Now for Pikachu's cheeks, that's too peachy. Actually, no, yeah. Let's see, W9. W9 for Pikachu's ear tips. Actually, maybe that was still a little too dark. Oh well. Let's do like a crimson red. That looks very magenta, but this is like red red. You're doing your drawing exercises right now? Nice. Yeah, definitely will help out. Alright, I'm gonna go in with my warm gray one to start blocking in the different shading I see on kingkrool. Right here. This whole thing is in shadow. So are the eyes, to make him look menacing. I'm gonna do an overlay on the pink on the roof to help with that depth. Going back over again with the same shadings. Really bringing this arm out in depth and making it like part of the forefront. There we go. We got that for the belly drum. Which is nice because you can still see the yellow coming off from Pikachu. Continuing on the shading from the arm here, which should be the same or about the same. There's gonna be more shading down here because of the little lip, right? See if there is a W. I don't want to go 5 because that's too much. W3. Yeah, we're gonna go W3 for the little crackles in his fingers and stuff. There we go. Make him look like a crocodile now. We got texture. So with textures like scales and things, it's gonna be the opposite of like wanting to be nice and smooth like on Pikachu. And you're gonna follow the 3D-esque shape of what you're doing. You're not just gonna go straight across. You're gonna think about, okay, this finger here, how does it live in its space? For example, this thumb is curving, so I'm making the lines on the thumb curve. So this continues through, and then this goes over. And it's okay to be like a little shaky when it comes to things like scales or like in K-Rool's case, like this hand. This here, the bulge is bigger here and then it comes down. I'm looking at a reference. So then we're going down here. But that's because of what the arm is doing, which allows a little bit of help with seeing the shortening. So as it gets closer, these are further apart, and as they go further apart, these get closer. Like the spacing, if that makes sense. So up, down, into the vanishing point. These go all the way down here into the armpit. He's got more pronounced like little spine things on his back, so I'm gonna kind of like go like that. And then I want there to be more of a visible like depth between this and the neck. So I'm actually going to use this color to make the shadow and then go back in with maybe a W5 or 7 for the texture on that one. Same thing with the underneath of the roof of the mouth. Ayo. Okay. Same idea here for this back arm. And you can tell it's now starting to look more like a crocodile, right? Same technique can go for like dragon scales and stuff. I'm very lightly just letting it kiss the paper. And you can go in with the same marker. You don't have to switch out the marker. Want it to dry to create more layers, more depth. You don't have to go out and buy a whole bunch of them. You can mix like I did over here. And you can layer like I did over here. So in areas where there was shadow, I'm gonna darken the lines there as well to help with that illusion. Just gonna go over them again. Make sense so far? Gonna put putty on this one because it is actually supposed to match more of the belly than it is Pikachu. It's going. This is what we got so far, David. What you think? We got some of the bounce light from Pikachu getting absolutely destroyed. I think that was really nice. I just finished with the crackles. We are going a little overtime on your last few exercises. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna use, that's too much for me. I'm actually gonna go in looking at the reference and use the same shading on Pikachu. That seems sad, but it is kind of what's going on here. Got a little, this is all in like gray, so it's gonna muddy up the colors a lot, which I'm kind of sad about, but it is what it is. I mean, I guess it makes sense. One, they're in space, and two, like, K-Rool is blocking it. And if this is the type of shading that K-Rool has, it's gonna follow the same here. It's kind of like a multiply layer when you overlay with your Copic markers. There you go. So now I'm gonna go in with a really, really special black. Hopefully it's much, much darker than... Oh, it is! Okay. It's gonna be really hard to tell, but I could go in and add like some stars around there too. I'm just gonna flood the outside. Probably gonna do a couple layers of this one in the background, and then I'm gonna go in with a gel pen for the stars. Yeah, it's gonna need a couple coats. Thank you, Grainy. Oh yeah, it's gonna make these two pop out too. It kind of looks like a yin and yang for a second, but it's not. There's a channel in the Discord. One sec. Oh, for what? I missed it. I'll probably join the late streams pretty often. Oh, good. Well, most of my streams are on Facebook Gaming because I am family friendly. So I found a lot of them who like wanted to watch with their kids, and that's where a lot of parents are. But this week, my Twitch is on is in the evening, and that's, you know, so I could probably, we can probably connect there too. Speaking of which, I'm not sure what I want to play on Twitch in the evening. I was gonna do the typing game, but I feel like that would be more appropriate during the day when we have like some of our friends who do like work from home. They like more like Animal Crossing cozy games with like a little bit of customoonies. That was for Grainy. Oh yeah, no, I know. I went back to read it and then I was like, because I know that Grainy doesn't have Facebook. And then Grainy was like, I could join in the evenings. This week is a Twitch evening. So it's like every other week. So this week we'll do Twitch in the evening, and then next week we'll do shoot. Oh, where's my pen? Okay, so Pikachu's ears first of all. Voiced of all. Yeah. And then the next week will be the morning, and then vice versa, right? I haven't played Mario Teaches Typing, actually. That's the first I've actually heard of it. I'm using the gel pen here, and then I'm using my black to like blend it in a little bit so it's not so stark. Let me see if putting the Copic marker over it will clean it up a smidgerel. I still want it darker, so I'm gonna do another over there. I put that there so that the ears kind of stand out a bit. Oh my gosh. You had Mario Kart DS? Yeah, I love Mario Kart. This Mario Kart 8 is actually my first one. I really like that they did a bunch of like... This is looking very repetitive, so I'm gonna break that up a little bit. Make one like... Yeah, we'll add some that are like little sunbursts. Looking at this, Pikachu has a much smaller mouth, tongue. This is a really subtle thing, but like subconsciously you're gonna see some of the like motion lines in here. So I'm just gonna do that like very lightly all around. Ooh. It's like super subtle. Super duper looper subtle. But it'll help bring the piece in a little bit together. Bye. Bye-bye. Thank you. This is why I wish I had more gel pens instead of just trying to like mix with the one silver one I had. Ooh, what you gonna dig through your fridge for? This is pretty close to the final, Fam Bam. All right. Gonna back up a bit. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna start cleaning up, but I wanted to show you all what it kind of looked like over my, where did I put it? And take a picture for thumbnails and stuff like that. I had my gray background, where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, I see it. Okay, great. Thank you. So one thing about Copic markers is that they do bleed through the other side if you're using really cheapo paper. So just keep that in mind. I'm gonna take a little sample of the colored strip that I used, because I edit my thumbnails after the fact. Gotta get a cute little strip-a-doo. I'm gonna put this down here. Oh, I missed like a whole section here. That's why it's important to look at things like that. All right, did I miss anything else? No. Okay, great. There we go. That one is the final. This is our color strip for it. And here are some of the colors we used. So what I like to do is I like to take a photo of this. And this is actually what I end up using for the thumbnail. And then I'll like do a little, yeah. Sure that's all facing this way. And I post them on my Ko-fi, which you can see right over here with the QR code. Yep, right there. Maybe I'll take out black. No. Black, white, gray. Well, there's already gray. So let's do black, white. Oh, I'm getting a call. I'm gonna mute and be right back. All right, fam bam, that's it. Thank you so much for, thanks, I appreciate the W. That's so awesome. I'll be back on YouTube tomorrow evening for some more art. Let's see what we're doing tomorrow. Tomorrow evening. Ooh, I don't know if she wanted... I keep saying we're going to work on Chapito's stuff, so we're going to do Chapito's tomorrow for sure. I wasn't expecting this one to take as long as it did. So we'll do Cookie in a Piplup onesie tomorrow evening. And then next week we'll work on Celeste from Animal Crossing and some Dungeons and Dragons character from the community. Awesome. Thank you so much for sticking by. We have a goodbye scene, so let's go check that out. Stream time is over. It's time to say goodbye. Yeah, stream time is over. It's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, Shenanigans. Next time on Shenanigans is tonight at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Currently, right now, it is 4 p.m. right now. You can check out my social media in the link tree. And yeah, it'll be on Facebook Gaming. We'll be getting some... Swing. Those are the badges I'm talking about. If you were commenting in chat today, your team got 3 more points just because you came by to say hello. Thank you so much for the W stream. Honestly, that really means a lot. I work really hard on what I do. But yeah, I can't wait to see you all again. Yeah, so it's gonna be Mario Kart in the evening, and then Mario Kart tomorrow morning, and then back here on YouTube for some more art time. Ciao! I love you all. Take care. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to others. And don't forget your self-cares, okay? Take a nap. Eat some food. Stretch. Tell yourself you love yourself. Bye!